Hello everyone, welcome to Scary Stories with Rain. I'm here to help you relax and drift into a peaceful sleep. If you enjoy the stories, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel. It truly means a lot to me. Iggy love to know where you are listening from and what time it is for you right now. Now, get comfortable and let us begin. Bones chant at midnight. I don't sleep with my windows open anymore, no matter how hot it gets outside. It stays closed. It's been this way for a long time since I was very young. It's not a real hit with the ladies during summertime. People usually recommend air conditioners, and I usually go with the Prospect when I have company. But when it's on, I don't sleep well at all, because I can only imagine how easy it would be for anyone to bypass them. There is a single perk to an AC though. Well, besides the relief from the hot stickiness of the summer's humidity, and that's the steady hum which stifles the silence. I don't like the silence, you see. There was a time when it brought me almost zen-like levels of peace and tranquility, but now I find it invasive and dangerous. Silence never comes alone. From time to time, I can still hear the chanting from my youth. I can hear them all wordlessly, and yet with prestigious synchronicity and harmony with one another. Their conjoined voices echo out from the woods like the gentle and yet threatening breeze that precedes a violent hailstorm. Rhythmic, yet senseless. It never went away, and yet I know they've all moved on or died. I know this is all very well. When I was about 9 years old, my dad and I lived in this old, rented two-family apartment house in a town called Acton, in the state of Massachusetts. We lived on the bottom floor. The second floor wasn't used. It was recently vacated by its prior residents. It was a very quiet neighborhood, very suburban, and with plenty of woods behind our house. There was a backyard that proceeded into a large forest that spanned for miles, and I used to play in them. My dad and my mother were recently divorced, so there were just the three of us living here, me, him, and the dog Waylon, who was named after the great country singer Waylon Jennings. He was an old Scottish terrier, you know the type, ankle biters with the really ugly bearded faces. They got him as a pup when I was still in diapers, and he was my lifelong friend. He may have been something of an idiot, but at the time he was all I had. I cried and cried when Mom tried to take him. In the end, he was left in my father's care for my sake. Waylon and I would spend a lot of time playing in the woods. When you are young, your imagination is a very powerful thing, and the woods had an almost magic quality in terms of supplementation for my imagination. I would play army, build forts, climb trees. One time, Waylon and I traveled so far that I actually got lost. We were losing daylight, and it was October, and the light was fading at a much faster rate. I began to panic, afraid I'd be trapped out here in the pitch black as we walked around frantically for landmarks. Anything familiar? That's when I saw it, the clearing with a large rock in the center. It wasn't exactly uncommon to see graffiti and vandalism in the woods. A public forest is known quite well for trees and messages carved into them. Names, swastikas, Bradid and Jen for a blank, and nice cute hearts, stuff like that. Not to mention the pseudo-gang names, spray painted on rocks. That was the impression I got from this place. A hangout for older kids. But something wasn't right. Me being only 9, my mind wasn't exactly capable of comprehending the connotations of symbols and other things. And yet there was something really off about these images. I've never seen anything like them before. The surrounding trees had crudely shaped the images of what appeared to be a goatman hybrid. like a stick figure with unnecessarily detailed goat head imposed over where you'd expect to see a very basic stick figure face. These images were drawn over and over and over again, all over the trees that surrounded the clearing, almost obsessively so, and not just at the basic human height level, but all up the trees, as if whoever carved them had to use a ladder. The rock itself had red markings all over it, letters that I have never seen before. Underneath, though, was written in black spray paint a message I actually could read. It said, Behold the wisdom of the horn." And below that, there were 5 painted lines. They were all the same height, except for 2 outer lines that were twice the height and spiraled outwards at the top. What really scared me about this place, though, were the dolls. They were hanging from the branches around the clearing. They appeared to have been woven out of sticks, and poorly so. Taking a closer look, I realized what was so scary about them. While the stick dolls were clearly constructed with the grace of a terrible arts and crafts student, the heads of them were dry and clean skulls of animals. I didn't know what of, but they were bleached white, dry and clean, and their hollow sockets. I can't explain it effectively without sounding insane, but there was something sentient about them, watchful and pleading. I could feel their eyes on me, though they had none to watch with. I felt fear, not my own fear, mind you, but something, an aura of emotion that made absolutely no sense. Have you ever been to an underage drinking party that got crashed by the police? It's that kind of fear, the fear that comes synonymously with trouble. I can't explain why I did it, but I reached up and touched one. Maybe it was a child's general inquisitive nature that compelled me. Maybe it was fascination, or an intense desire to quell my fear and convince myself that they were just dolls, and not the watchful spirits I would eventually come to believe they were. When I touched it, the skull fell off. The doll unwound itself. Only a piece of it remained attached to the rawhide rope that it was suspended from. The skull cracked when it hit the ground, and when it happened, there was a certainty that quelled me inside. As naive as a 9-year-old could be, there was also a certainty that remains with me to this day. I don't belong here. Waylon immediately started barking where the doll fell, and it startled me so effectively that I let out a scream. I looked up. The sky was glowing red with the darkness, not too far behind it. The sun was going down, and I had to get out of here. Waylon was staring at me, black eyes wide open and tail wagging violently. He was barking at me insistently. He began to growl at something. Maybe air, maybe ghosts. When I approached him, he turned and ran. Waylon was my only companion in this unnatural place, and I would have been damned if I was going to let him betray me to solitude here. So I gave chase. I ran for my life. The last thing I saw before I chased Waylon was something that really messed with me. All the other dolls that were hanging when I first arrived, they were dangling, some even spinning lazily in the breeze. And yet as I ran after Waylon, I saw every single doll on the site were completely stationary, staring, and facing me directly. I was dismissive of this detail as I was more afraid of being alone. I never let Waylon out of my sight. He led me straight home. I never loved my dog more than when I realized what he had done for me. Dogs are never lost. They always know the way. P.I. went to bed. I told my dad what I saw. He laughed it off and told me it was just teenagers being punks, and that I should just let it go. I found it comforting and was almost willing to let it go. I even fell asleep without any trouble. That night was when I heard it for the first time, the noise that has haunted me to this very day. I woke up and could hear noise coming through my window. I got up and looked out to listen closer. That's when I realized it was chanting voices, dozens maybe. They were coming from the woods. I could hear them loudly and rhythmically. I didn't know what they were saying, but I could tell it was ceremonious, like a hymn you would hear people sing in churches, except it felt dark, violent even. I immediately thought about the clearing with the rock, the dolls, and the fear. I knew in my bones that the chanting was coming from there. What scared me the most was that it wasn't far. It wasn't far at all. The chanting went on for hours. I just lay there in bed, wide-eyed with fear, listening to it, praying that it would stop. It wouldn't, though. It went on until 4 in the morning, when the early birds began to wake up. I stopped playing in the woods. My dad noticed the behavior immediately and asked if I was all right. I told him about the chanting, and again he shrugged his shoulders and said it was probably teenagers drinking beers and having a party. I asked him why they'd be drinking beer and chanting at the same time for 5 hours. He told me they weren't chanting, that I imagined it, and that I should close the window from now on. I probably should have listened to him, but I didn't. Curiosity got the better of me. The next night, the chanting began again at exactly 11 o'clock. It seemed louder than before. I couldn't sleep hearing it, but I couldn't bring myself to close the window. I don't know why I thought this way. Probably because I was just a child. I dim-wittedly thought at the time that if I closed my window, I wouldn't be able to hear them coming if they decided to break into the house. The logic is flawed, I know, that they would still be chanting as they emerged from the woods and crossed my yard and not be nice and quiet about it, but that's how I thought back then. That's why I couldn't close the window, because I had to know if they were coming. This went on for several days, every night from 11 to 4 o'clock, exactly on the dot. Sometimes I could see in the woods, way, way, way out there, a faint glow like the light of a fire. But it was so faint and far in between that I didn't know whether to acknowledge it or dismiss it as a trick of my own eyes. Other times, I would successfully fall asleep, due to exhaustion, only to wake up several hours later in panic, still able to hear it. I asked my dad if Waylon could sleep in my room on the 3rd night, and he said it would be fine. It felt better, knowing that I had the dog to keep me company, while I would hear the noise, and better yet, if I could hear them coming, he would too, and then be a dog about it and start barking out the window at them. I anticipated a good night's sleep, and even felt silly for not thinking about this solution earlier. I fell asleep at 8 with Waylon sleeping at the foot of my bed. I woke up at 10:45 to Waylon barking. He was on his 2 hind legs, tail wagging spastically, and he was barking out the window, ears pointing up, barking, growling, howling out the window. I immediately got out of bed and looked out the window towards the woods. Nothing at all. Waylon was very agitated, growling, and looking at me, then back out the window and barking. The chanting was still going on, same as the last couple of days. I remember feeling uncomfortable that Waylon was barking at the noise, that he was in danger of getting their attention. I tried to calm him down. That's when my dad came in. He stumbled and groggily and picked up the dog and turned to walk out the door with him, mumbling about shutting the hell up. I called his name, but he was so asleep he was practically dead on his feet. I screamed at him, "Dad, the woods." That got his attention. He turned around, walked up to me, looked out the window, and back at me. "Did this again," he mumbled. "Look, boy, it's just your imagination. No, listen, that's what Waylon was going crazy about. There were people singing in the woods, just listen." He looked carefully out the window. Waylon was growling in his arms, and his head turned out the window. I listened too, but there was nothing. No sound. Total silence. I couldn't believe it. Could this have been a coincidence? My dad told me to go to sleep and left the room, mumbling insults at Waylon. The silence chilled me far more than the chanting ever did. At least when they were singing their malicious hymns, there was at least a sense of distance between them and me. But right now, I knew they were out there. But I didn't know where. I had no bearings whatsoever. What was even worse was what wrought unprecedented horror upon me, that there was no nighttime ambience in those woods, no crickets. Evenings brought them out in droves this time of year, and even when they were chanting, I could hear them. But now it was quieter than a bone-chilling winter night. Pure silence. How long did I stare out the window at those woods across my yard? I have no idea. But when I woke up the next day, I was still sitting in the chair I had planted right by it that morning over breakfast. I insisted that there really was chanting out there, but my dad wasn't hearing any of it. He put his foot down and told me that he won't hear any more of this, that I needed to grow up and take responsibility and stop being so afraid all the time. You know, typical tough guy dad stuff. I didn't even bother to bring up the lack of crickets, knowing full well that he'd have a made-up explanation for that as well. So I kept quiet and ate my breakfast. Later that day, I was waiting for my mom to pick me up at the end of my dad's driveway to bring me to Nana's house where she was currently living. It was Friday, and my mom had me on weekends. As I was waiting, a large black pickup truck passed by my house very slowly. It came to a stop right in front of me. There were two men in the truck, older, about my dad's age. At first, I thought they were friends of his, but this thought didn't last. The driver rolled down his window and looked at me. He was bald and was wearing abnormally slim sunglasses. He was smoking a thin cigar or cigarello. I remember the strong smell of it. He looked at me as if he was sizing me up, investigating for a moment, until finally he smiled at me and reached over and hit his friend on his shoulder and pointed me out to him. The passenger was bald and wearing the same sunglasses. They said something to each other, and then the driver looked back at me with a terrible smile and drove away, waving slowly at me as he did so. They passed me by 3 more times before my mom finally picked me up. I didn't give those two any thoughts and just took comfort in the thought that I'd be sleeping somewhere else for the next couple of nights. The next weekend went by without a hitch, and sleeping over Nana's house was such a relief. When I told her and Mom about the voices in the woods, they just looked at each other and told me to tell my dad about it. Frustrated, I argued that I did, but it was pointless. She too used the it's just your imagination crap, same as Dad. Not once during the whole experience did the memory leave my mind of the two men in the pickup truck or the distant chanting. Soon enough I would have to return. Sunday night came along, and I was dropped back off at my dad's house, where I would spend the whole day dreading the inevitable nightfall, dreading the answer of whether or not I would hear the chanting in the woods, hear the strange people sing their dark songs in unison. I begged my dad to let me keep Waylon in the room with me tonight, but he said no, leaving me to face what happened next alone. So come bedtime, I was sitting in my chair by the window, staring into the darkness until the hour came. I stayed up until 11, expecting to hear it, but what I got was silence. No singing, no crickets either, just pure silence. I couldn't tell if I was relieved or terrified. Maybe they all moved on. Maybe they went somewhere else to play their creepy games. It took some self-convincing, but I managed to calm myself to such a state of mind where I could actually go to sleep knowing that I was safe. Reluctantly, I crawled into my bed and closed my eyes. I woke up to the most bone-chillingly messed up thing I had ever seen. It was surreal, the image of it every time I slept. My brain immediately surged itself into full function beyond consciousness and straight into full fight or flight mode as a cold, rough hand forced its way over my mouth and shoved my face into my own mattress. I felt a body much larger than mine bear down on me. I felt a jagged kneecap ram itself directly into my stomach as I was then pulled out of my bed and wrestled into a standing position. The cold hand was still holding my mouth shut. Another hand was wedging my left arm directly behind my back and pulling upwards until the pain became so unbearable I thought my arm was going to come off. A voice whispered into my ear. His breath was ice cold. "Yes," said another voice across the room. My eyes were well adjusted to the darkness as it was, and I could see through the moonlight, shining into my now open window, a man wearing a horrible mask. At first, I thought he had the head of a goat, but I knew better. The goat stared with lifeless marbles where its eyes should have been. Its head was a mask made out of the severed head of a goat or a ram, not properly stuffed and half-rotted. Its horns curled into spirals jutting out of its head, and random patches of fur were missing simply to show raw, blistering skin. I tried to scream, but the hand over my mouth tightened its grip. My arm behind my back pulled to near breaking point. "Scream, and we'll kill you," the voice whispered into my ear. My eyes wouldn't break away from that horrible person wearing the severed goat's head as a mask. He was shirtless, wearing a necklace of what appeared to be bones. He was horribly emaciated, and there were markings all up and down his torso. In his right hand he held a knife about the size of my forearm. Its build wasn't like any knife I'd ever seen. It took a step closer to me and pressed it up against my throat. The steel was bitterly cold, and the tip of the blade was sharper than anything I had ever felt. It wouldn't take less than 4 ounces of pressure to open my throat, and they knew that I knew it. I couldn't cry. I couldn't even breathe. On the other hand, it held a basic candle. "Tama," the thing said, its voice muffled by the lifeless dead goat. "I'll exit your house at midnight. You will light this candle, place it on the ground in the center of your yard, and you will sit behind it, legs crossed, right foot over your left knee, and vice versa. If you don't do this," the voice whispered into my ear, "the blood of your loved ones will be on your hand." The goat man quickly retreated the blade from my neck. I remember waking up in my bed, panting and crying. My dad came in to see what was wrong with me, and when I told him, he told me it was just a nightmare. At this point, he sat down at the end of my bed. He looked very weary, like he didn't want to say what he was about to say. He rubbed his eyes with his fists and wearily explained to me that this was all just me stressing out over the divorce, that maybe we should look into talking to a therapist about the voices and hallucinations I've been having. I remember feeling so betrayed, so alone by the unfairness of that. I argued with him that everything I was seeing and hearing was true, but it was too late. He and Mom talked it out. My behavior, my claims. They thought I was losing my mind over the divorce. Their minds were made up. Nothing I was going to say would have convinced them otherwise. And of course, in hindsight, it only made perfect sense. Who would believe a 9-year-old when they say that there were voices? I was silent the whole day. Waylon sat with me in my room as I wasted the daylight playing video games. I didn't speak to my old man once. I could see the weary looks on his face when he'd walk by my room, but he didn't want to press the issue. He looked just as defeated as I did. He spent most of his time on the phone. It wasn't until later that day that I found myself recalling what the goat said to me before everything went dark, that I had to light a candle at midnight. But when I woke up that morning, there was nothing in my room. There was a sudden sense of hope, because when I searched around my room trying to find his candle, it was nowhere to be found. And even to this day have I ever searched so hard for something only to be frantically pleased by the end result. It was gone. Had I been alleviated from the duties imposed on me by these strange interlopers, the relief was unbearable, like I was severed from a horrible burden. Even the thought of being forced to see a shrink didn't seem so harsh compared to the prospect that maybe these attackers were really just a bad dream. A severely realistic dream, mind you, but a dream nonetheless. Maybe the whole situation really was over. Maybe these horrible people didn't move on, and that the goatman was simply a mental projection of my own imaginative expectation towards whatever it was that those unnatural proceedings just beyond my sights were. Speculation nightfall came, and for the first time in a week I felt no fear at the prospect of it. That felt good, like things were going back to normal. But I was wrong. I was so wrong. When I placed my head on the pillow, eyes already closing, consciousness already drifting away. I felt a lump under my pillow. Curiously, I reached down there and felt something long and smooth. I pulled out a candle, a tall, thin wax candle with a nice long wick. It was red, just like the one the goatman was holding. My heart sank. My mouth went dry. Tears ran down my cheek. And in that moment, I relived the entirety of that last night all over, down to the very last detail, where the guy was holding me and whispered in my ear how the blood of the ones I loved would be on my hands. Suddenly, I was back in hell. I was back in the realm of terror. How did they get the candle under my pillow? Had I overlooked it this whole time? I lay in bed until midnight. I didn't dare close my eyes for fear of being held at knife point again, for fear of coming face to face with that horrible goat creature. The night was silent. No crickets, no birds, nothing. Dead silence. I could see that it had turned 12:01. The memory of the goat's mask in my mind uttering its instructions to me over and over again. Go outside, light the candle, and sit behind it. Do it, or the blood of my loved ones will be on my hands. At the time, I didn't know what it meant to have blood on your hands. The following day, I would learn exactly what it meant. Around 10 minutes in, I mustered up the courage to walk over to my window and look out of it. What I saw choked me on the spot. Side by side at the entrance of the woods, I saw men shadowed by the night, standing side by side. There must have been 20 of them. None of them were saying anything. They were dead silent, and I could feel their eyes on me. It was just as strong as when I felt the eyes of the dolls on me, back at their sight. In a way, they felt like the same presence, the same intelligence. I can't explain it. And then I saw him, the goatman, or rather the silhouette of him, standing in the center of the figures. He was still as a stone, but I could make out that face shape, the jutting horns. I could make it all out. I chickened out. I couldn't go out there. I just couldn't. I hid in my bed, blankets over my head, and shut my eyes tight, crying all night. I didn't fall asleep until I heard the early morning birds. I was awake by 11:30, simply after breakfast. I heard my dad shouting in the front yard. I went out to check and see what was happening, what it was that had him so upset. As I went to the front door, I could hear him more clearly. I could hear pain in his voice. A knot formed in my throat, and a harrowing sensation crawled across my skin. I was not ready to learn about the events that transpired, and that was truly the scariest part the moment before actualization. These people had mentioned blood on my hands, and I didn't know what that meant, but I had a very vague idea that it meant my family getting hurt. I thought they got my dad. When I got to him, I saw that he was on his knees crying. Waylon was killed. He was hit by a car. He lay there, goofy pointed ears, his absurdly silly dog beard, black staring eyes, and hanging tongue stationary forever. I saw that his center torso had collapsed, and I could see openings in his rear side, just ribs jutting out, his entrails. "Son," my dad cried out as he turned to hug me. "It's okay." He quickly led me back inside the house away from Waylon's lifeless body. away from my best friend dead and mutilated on the side of the road. The last thing I remember seeing as I was brought into the house was a large pickup truck driving by slowly. I saw the same two bald men as old as Dad staring at me through oddly slim sunglasses. I saw blood on their front right tire, and I saw the driver point directly at me. Wei Lan's death was my fault. As I said it out loud, my dad held me tight and said with stone-cold certainty that it wasn't my fault, that sometimes these things happen. He told me exactly what you would expect a father to tell his kid when their pet is killed in a random and seemingly pointless accident. But I knew better. The people in the woods killed Wei Lan, and it was all because I didn't do what they wanted. It was because I was a coward. His blood was on my hands, just as they said it would be. When I went to my room to cry, I saw outside my window a man in the center of the backyard. A man with no shirt on. He was wearing a mask made out of a severed goat's head, hollowed out on the inside. In the daylight, it was far more disturbing to see because I could almost smell the lack of sanitation it had to have exerted. I could see that it was surrounded by flies, but even worse than that, I saw a note. It was holding up a piece of paper with a single word written across it. Gotta midnight. I couldn't handle it. I ran outside to chase him down, but when I got outside, he was gone. My hate and anger somehow superseded my guilt and sadness because I ran far into the woods before realizing that this time, if I got lost, I wouldn't have Wei Lan to lead me back to the house. I would be all alone, number. I would have whatever was in here with me. I could feel eyes in here. I could feel eyes everywhere. My every move was being watched, from the autumn canopy to the bushes just yards away. I knew I was surrounded here, and as my senses came more clear from the adrenaline-fueled rage I was experiencing, I realized that it was getting stronger by the minute. Then, I noticed the smell, the stench. At the time, I thought it smelled like bad milk or bologna left in the refrigerator for too long. It was strong, too strong. My eyes began to water, and I could feel my stomach begin to turn. How could a smell be so painful to endure? Then it occurred to me, they killed my best friend. There was only one more life they could take, my dad's. The presence became stronger. I could hear whispering in the wind. The smell grew more powerful with every breath. Any second, I was certain I would be overwhelmed by God knows what. I realized that if I didn't do exactly what they demanded of me, I would be taken here and now. What could I have done? I shook my head and began to cry. Okay, I'll do it. The relief was instantaneous. The woods became brighter. The smell was gone. The feeling of being watched was replaced by what could only be described as serene. The forest went from a den of unspeakable terror to a place of well. It was just woods again, just as it was before. I came back home and helped my dad dig Wei Lan's grave. We said our goodbyes and buried him. He made a cute, dog-bone-shaped tombstone out of leftover wood from his old workshop. And that was that my mom came over that day, and we all went out for dinner. The food was the best I ever had. We gave Wei Lan a little toast, and that was that in the back of my mind, it'll midnight. I spent another silent night staring at my clock, watching the numbers transform into the next every 60 seconds. The wait was agonizing. Each passing minute was like a minute removed from my life. That night, I was certain that I was going to die, and I was trapped. I would have killed my parents if I tried anything. Killing Wei Lan made that entirely too clear to me. 11:55, 11:56, 11:57, 11:58, 11:59. I looked out the window. There they all were, side by side, shadows of people and the goat man in the center. All their eyes were on me. I looked at the clock. Midnight. I looked back out the window. They were all gone. They knew. They knew I was going to come out tonight. They killed my dog and then threatened to kill me on the spot after I followed them into the woods. They knew I was broken, my spirits shattered, and that I was more afraid of what would happen if I didn't come out over what would happen if I did. I grabbed the candle and walked out into my backyard. The darkness was thick, thicker than usual, and the smell, sour milk, spoiled, lunch meat, blood, rot, decay, puke, bile, death. My skin began to crawl, and a shiver took me over. Breathing became more difficult. I could scarcely make out the forest before me. It wasn't just an entrance or a boundary. It was a living, breathing thing, and it was anticipating my every movement. As I took a step into my yard, a jolt of terror shot through me as I passed through the motion sensors and activated the backyard light. There was a relief in the light. Safety, at least for a little while anyway. I used my father's lighter to spark up the candle. I planted it into the cold, dewy grass and sat down nice and slowly, ready to cross my legs. I never sat in the full position that I was instructed to, because as I was in the process of sitting down, I saw it. 2 green eyes. Have you ever shined your light directly on an animal's face, way off in the distance in the dead of night? At a distance where it was too far away to make out what it looked like, but not too far away for their eyes to not catch and reflect the light. This is exactly what I saw, except it seemed to be high above the ground, higher than a coyote's height, and higher even than a human's height. It appeared to be pacing back and forth in the woods. I could hear the leaves shuffling with each step it was taking, constantly coming in and out of existence due to the unseen trees eclipsing those glowing shards of light, those glaring eyes. They must have been reflecting off the backyard light. I could hear it breathing. It sounded painful to me. The air came out in short, sporadic breaths, and when it did, I felt the huffs of frozen air rank with that rotten stench go right through me. I don't remember how long it paced like this, never leaving the outskirts of the woods, never breaking eye contact with me. Every now and then it would stop and lower closer to the ground until its eyes were level with mine. It would remain in that position like a cat low to the ground, preparing to pounce at its prey. It would only stay in that position for 10 seconds at a time before it would rise back up and pace more. After it did this several times, I realized something was stopping it, the light. I was dumbstruck, frozen in place. My throat was so tight the air was barely getting in me and barely getting out of me. There was a powerful sense etched within my soul that any sudden movement would have sent this unspeakable thing into a frenzy at me, light or not. I didn't know if it was going to outright kill me here, right in the backyard, or if it was going to drag me into the woods and eat me alive there. I didn't know what the relationship was between this and the psychopaths that ordered me out here. What I did know was that with each moment, it wasn't getting me. It was getting madder. I couldn't let it get me. I couldn't let it take me away. Noetically, I was safe from the light. Except the thing was that this motion sensor light ran on a timer. I knew the timer would run out soon, and when it did, the light would go and nothing would stop it from getting me. With all my courage, all my willpower, I forced myself to stand up, letting out a hoarse breath. The eyes immediately stopped moving when they saw me stand. I couldn't tell you for certain, but I was almost positive they narrowed. The prospect of me escaping infuriated it to such a level that it began to stalk towards me. I could tell it was moving forward threateningly, showing a willingness to brave the light. I took a step back, and when I did, it took a swift step forward. I could almost see its shape. Tall, thin, bony, too dark to distinguish any specific features, except, well, it had horns, large, curled, spiral-like horns, or at least it looked like it did. I don't remember running back to the house. I don't remember making it inside. I don't remember anything after the point where the light shut off. It was sudden, as if death caught me. The timer was up, the light was shut off, and it inverted me in darkness. And I recall hearing it scream. It sounded like a child denied its toy, or was that me? When the light died, I just ran. It was hours later when I came to my senses. My dad was holding me. My mom was there too. I was crying. Later they would tell me that I was screaming, "Don't let it get me," over and over again. Don't let it get me. I don't remember myself. I never saw that creature again. I never saw the man with the goat mask again. The two old men in the pickup truck. I never saw them again either. That day forward, I always slept with the windows shut. The next day, my dad and my mom took me outside to explain that nothing had happened. We saw displaced grass mixed around with mud. We even saw gore marks on the trees. I thought this would be evidence enough to plead my case, but it didn't. My dad immediately laughed at me, telling me he figured the whole thing out. I had an encounter with the deer. Those markings in the tree were from the antlers, and it charged at me because it felt threatened. This was such a convenient explanation that I wished to God that it was true, but I knew otherwise. Several weeks later, I heard that there was a missing person search that took place in those woods, but I myself haven't seen nor heard anything at the time. My dad and my therapist insisted that this knowledge would only enable my tendencies as a schizophrenic, so they stopped me from looking into it. Yes, I was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia disorder. They said I got it through my inability to cope with the divorce. They told me that I had retracted into a delusion because I felt responsible for the family's collapse, and that my youthful, undeveloped mind couldn't process the guilt properly. That these cultists and their beast were just agents of personal symbolism, something like that. For a while, I believed everything they told me. The lies felt safe. The lies were comfortable. Several years later, they would tell me that I would have made a full recovery. It was an easy process, since I never had another encounter again at that point in time. I was so angry, I just told them what they wanted to hear. When I became old enough, I severed all ties with my family and moved out of the state. Once I was on my own, I looked into the town's archives and researched as much information as I could about that era. When I was 9, the missing person reports. The manhunt in those woods lasted several days, and all they found was one man. He was torn apart, his limbs removed, his organs missing. They found that he was wearing a peculiar mask, the head of a ram, but its innards were carefully carved and hollowed to fit over a human's head. When they removed the helmet, they saw that he had died with an expression of absolute horror. I took pleasure in that. I would like to believe that these men were cultists, that they were attempting to appease some unseen, unnamed god, a god that absolutely should not have existed, a god that had no right to walk among men, and that during their attempt to appease it, I had botched their ritual by breaking an important piece of the process, the doll, and in their attempt to salvage it, they forced me into offering myself up as a sacrifice to it. But its failure to do so, whatever it was going to do to me that night, destroyed the whole operation. I would prefer to believe that in the name of vengeance, this angry thing turned on its own worshippers, killing them all and dragging them back to wherever it came from. It's the only thing that makes sense to me. There was just one thing I still couldn't figure out. Why is it that no matter where I go, when I am all alone in quiet places in the dead of night, why can I still hear them chanting that unholy sermon that I heard so long ago in the woods when I was 9? Buried circuits. One wrong step on the jetty, and it would whisper your regrets back to you, piece by fractured piece. To hear is never one point where something clicks. Some like to believe there is, that hobbies or skills reach a well-defined turning point, an on-off switch. It's never that simple. Even the most abrupt of changes occur over time, not in discrete quantum moments. That's why the worst changes are still able to creep up on us, stalking us, strengthening their grasp. And when we finally realize it's already too late, as quickly as Emily transitioned from a living, breathing person to a dribbling slab of mangled flesh and bone, the same rule applies. It happened over the course of 7 or 8 seconds. To me, it felt like a lifetime. Up until that moment, it had been the 3rd day of our honeymoon in Monterey when it happened. Our boat hovered around the edge of the bay, and at the time, I couldn't have wished for any greater bliss until that bliss, too, changed, ripped away, like stitches from a fresh wound. Maybe if I'd gotten bored of my book sooner, put it down and looked across the still waters, I'd have seen it coming. But it's always so easy to think, what if? Isn't it a rogue fishing vessel's bow crunching through the decking boards, Emily wheeling around, the sunshade slipping past her dark bangs and bouncing off the railing? I heard every intricacy, every sound, every minor crack of wood pinging screws, every last shrill tone in the fraction of a second she had to scream, until eventually the world settled, clearing its fog and presenting me with a bitter end to something that should have lasted forever. I don't like to think about it, really. Perhaps putting it into words will ease some weight, but I doubt it. I still see her whenever I close my eyes, a faceless corpse, with nothing but a shattered lower jaw for a head, her left arm, with a big chunk of her shoulder, bobbing in the blue and emerald. I can remember every detail if I want to, but I don't. Mercifully, the years have sapped clarity from those memories. They almost feel like a dream now, hazy and desaturated. I'll never truly forget that when it happened, a board buckled and hit me upside the head, fracturing my skull and deafening me in one ear. Once the healing process was over, I got a hearing aid fitted, whether it's hearing through that or being deaf. It's my constant reminder of how I lost Emily. Within, I've searched for anything to distract myself. Any consistent activity I can lose myself in, anything to stop the nervous clenching of my jaw. In the end, it turned out to be mountain biking. The trail demands every ounce of your focus, lest you go head over handlebars into the dirt and nettles. I always stuck to the track, rarely if ever stopping for a break, so it's still not clear what compelled me to lay on the brakes and set my bike down the day I came across that pond. There was this energy in the air that gave me the impression that something special was nearby, something just begging to be discovered, and that I did. It was around the trail's 3/4 marker where I stashed my bike off track and made my way through the woods again. I can't say why or how I knew something was in there, but whatever it was, I felt intrigued enough to distract me from my own thoughts. As dry leaves crunched under my heels, I found it after only 10 minutes. At first, I thought it was a clearing, a simple break in the canopy. There was more, however. Taking up the majority of the clearing was a still, murky pond, complete with a dilapidated wooden jetty. The deck made a right turn at the end that led into a hut of some kind, sharing the same moss-crusted poles. Cautiously, I planted a foot onto the jetty and froze. A rush of memories threatened to break free from an old, struggling dam. I took a second to breathe. Deep inhale, slow exhale, and my nose picked up on something as I did. Faint as it was, there was an unmistakable smell of something ashy and burnt. Although the jetty was clearly built decades ago, it didn't creak. It was built back in the times of sturdier timber and creosote. I'd guessed. Making a note not to get any of that on my hands, I continued toward the hut. Before I reached its door frame, empty aside from a pair of rusted hinges, I noticed that there were no plants in or around the pond, only dead leaves and a smattering at that. For some reason, that detail made me uneasy. In all the years this place waited quietly for another soul to find it, there had been no overgrowth. The trees even seemed to stop after a point, like their branches had been cut. I squinted. No, they weren't cut. They were dry, cracked, and dark, like they'd been singed. I started getting a really bad feeling then. The pond's surface was flat and undisturbed, but beneath was heavy with muck and silt. Past that, I could discern the barest suggestion of hard jutting edges, angular, sharp, but too defined to be branches or twigs. It reminded me of the sea that day. A lot of things reminded me of that day. My interest in the pond faded quickly, and I stood to begin walking back. I took a few short steps when something screamed in my left ear. My damn hearing aid was acting up again, but at the time I didn't see it that way. It was imperative. It demanded something from me, whether to stay or leave, I don't know. All I did know was I had to go, lost in the moment, clamoring away from the pond. I didn't think to turn it off. Once I crested a mound in the terrain, my bike came into view, and relief washed over me. I paused to adjust my hearing aid. It still rang, but not as intensely as it had at the pond. This wasn't a scream anymore. It was more like a whimper, as if whatever force had spoken to me had given up on its persuasion. Now back on my bike, I kept my hearing aid on. I prefer being able to hear properly when I am riding. It's like when you are driving and you turn down the music to see better. It doesn't make sense, but you do it anyway. For the next few days, life was normal. I work at what I consider to be the most esteemed auto repair shop in town, but that's not saying much. It's a small town where, if to hear is anything, its residents fear more than urbanization. It's change, though I guess they aren't mutually exclusive. Same repair shop, same mechanics, same cars and bikes, same issues. During the week, my hearing aids started acting up when I took phone calls, but not if it was on the landline. It happened when I was near the radio too, though not as intensely. It made me think, what could have caused my hearing aid to do that back at the pond? I mean, it was loud. Dare I say, deafening? Was there an old, faulty device up in the hills? A radio still running somehow, vomiting out stray radio waves? I couldn't get it off my mind. So the next week, I rode the same trail and stopped at the same place. In a way, the screeching command I'd heard before had succeeded in its vague purpose to bring me back. This time, I felt decidedly less anxious. My jaw was relaxed, heart rate normal, just a little heavy breathing from cycling. Nevertheless, an air of strangeness drifted around me, a repulsion or maybe an attraction. Either way, it felt unnatural. When I arrived at the clearing, I'd hoped that odor around me would have simply been swept away by the wind. I had no such luck. In fact, it was as strong as ever. This place, the pond, there was something it had in common with my town, a refusal to change. Only in this case, that quality presented as nature's sheer aversion to the clearing. The plants didn't want it, the bugs didn't want it, and the squirrels and raccoons avoided it like the plague. Even the microbes that started plagues likely steered well clear of it, but the fact still stood that this place wasn't new to me anymore. Steadying my breath, I once more set off on the jetty. Whatever had been dumped into the pond still made me uneasy, but this time, not for the bad memories that it evoked. I think T here is a term for it. Submechanophobia. Never really thought about it. The hut was new territory. I'd seen only the empty door frame last time, and now I was going in. A lonely, rotten chair rested against one wall, and above it a faded poster too ravaged by moisture to be legible, might have been a movie poster. Now barely half of it clung on to one remaining thumbtack. Passing the threshold and taking a step to the right, the rest of the hut's denizens were revealed. In one corner were barrels of crusty fishing gear. I chose not to investigate the rancid, fishy smell they gave off, and instead turned to the window. A desk sat there, gray and miserable. On it, an empty picture frame and, unexpectedly, a typewriter. Its mechanisms were FU bare, but several sheets remained clamped. The front page was shifted just past halfway, but again, whatever its previous owner had typed was long ago lost to time and decay. The room was intriguing enough to warrant a few photos. They turned out dark and grainy. I put my phone away and glanced out the window. Dusk had arrived swiftly and without my notice. As I stepped out from the hut and gazed up, deepening lavender gazed right back down. I keep an lead beam fixed to my handlebars, but even that made it only marginally safer to ride in the dark. I stepped out onto the deck, and an inhuman screech exploded in my left ear. The interference was back, and with the worst possible timing. I swear there was nothing electrical in the hut. Maybe something in the barrels. No, anything electrical would have died years ago from the moisture. What was screaming in my ear? And it just got louder and louder. Any remaining thoughts blurred together into sludge. I reached for the door frame, finding a weak, slimy purchase, and slid down until I slumped over one of the decking boards. Boards of the same ilk that had deafened me on that day. While scrabbling at my hearing aid, I had the strange, almost magnetic notion that I mustn't take my eyes off the pond. Maybe that's what it wanted. Because as I watched, the sun dropped just low enough to beam through the water instead of reflecting off its surface. A tangle of dead iron lay beneath. Shopping carts, poles, I-beams, chassis, even what might have been a swing set. I briefly wondered who dumped all this here, but what drew my eye was further down, something distinct, much larger than anything above it. A smooth, round surface, like a massive metal pipe, only I couldn't make out any seams, no nuts or bolts, nothing, though it was hard to tell how deep and buried it was. I didn't like this. It felt all kinds of wrong. I pulled my knees in and tried to stand, but the boards were too slippery. I tried again, but even, are you there? My limbs turned to stone. Someone was there with me, someone who knew my name. I waited a few painfully long seconds, and after hearing nothing, I replied, I should have left there and then. Hello, who's there? You came back, that is a relief. Can you hear me okay? The voice sounded wrong somehow. It spoke in a weird, stuttered tone, somewhere in the valley between natural and robotic. Each word is jarringly distinct. Yeah, good. I am stuck down here, and we can't get out on our own. This material, this liquid, it is too heavy. Can you help me? I don't. Who are you? Where are you stuck? I surveyed the area, scanning left to right, and even above me. But I couldn't see anyone. The voice came from my left. I guess that in the momentary shock, I'd forgotten about my hearing aid. At the bottom, we know you cannot retrieve all of me. That's okay. Just the core. That will be enough. Help. We've been here so long since we crashed. We fell down, and I am buried at the bottom. I couldn't concentrate on my surroundings until it said that. My ears felt hot. My eyes vibrated in their sockets, but they focused and drifted back down to the pond, past it, to the bottom. That object, that massive thing resting there half buried by silt. Bottom of the pond, and where you must see it. My chest heaved as I looked down in disbelief that couldn't be possible. In that thing correct? What? How? Nobody could survive down there. And yet here we are. Here we have been for 54 years, 7 months, 8 days, 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 49 seconds. 50-51. We hope this reading will provide some clarity. Now, I'd like to move past this. Stop it. That's impossible. Just shut up and get out of my head. The sheer absurdity of the situation finally dawned on me, and my limbs thawed. I twisted my body and grasped the door frame with both hands, straining as I heaved up onto 2 feet. Once I was steady, I reached for my hearing aid and turned it off. Before I could do so, a lancing shock erupted across the side of my skull, sending me sprawling back to the deck. Please, Ryan, don't leave us. Must help me. You must help. Help me. You must. The image of the pond under fading dusk started to blur. My left eye was tearing up from the pain. What have you done to me? I got up to leave again, only to feel another shock, much worse than the one before, puffing, tears streaming. The only option I had was to submit. Okay, don't do that again. I am listening. Okay, taking a moment to catch my breath, I decided it'd be best to buy some time. I didn't have a plan. I just hoped one would come to me, or for a miracle to whisk me away. You? How are you alive down there? 54 years, you said? You got rations or something? Who are you? My last question prompted an immediate response. I am the Circuit. I am we. We are a Circuit. Your name is Circuit? I don't understand. We are incomplete, disconnected. We need another to connect with. We need a friend, a friend, a friend. My response came as a confused grunt, baffled at the thing's words. We would like to show you. It is easier, and you will understand. Commence. Trailing its words came a violent, oscillating tone that made it feel like my brain was trying to escape my skull. It warbled in my ear. No, my ears, both ears. I only had one hearing aid. The noise grew and consumed all 5 senses in an instant. It cascaded over itself, overflowing into my eyes in a jumbled mess of color. Then all I saw was black. I tried to look down at myself, but it was too late. The world around me pitched and rotated to reveal that the realm I now inhabited was, in fact, not entirely empty. A quartet of gray planets orbiting each other, visible despite the lack of any stars. I panicked briefly before realizing I had nobody, just a nameless observer, with an eternal, unyielding void pressing in on me. Without warning, I was sent rocketing toward the planets, crossing their orbital path in seconds. My trajectory seemed to be locked onto the largest of the 4. As I neared, I realized these weren't planets in any traditional sense. At first, I thought I was looking at endless gray mountains, but they were too angular, too deliberate. A machine. It shone and glittered outside and in, vast networks of chrome spires, alien geometry interlaced with a trillion inorganic lights. Mechanical as it was, I could sense a distinct, rhythmic pulse, like a beating heart. In a flash, I made a landfall and plunged through a rift on its surface. Artificial structures streaked past me in an industrial blur as a voice warped the space around me. Us, it meant nothing at the time. All I could process were the coiled wires and tubing the size of nuclear chimneys. It was hot, hot beyond words to describe it. The further I descended, the more my surroundings became molten, yet somehow continued to function and contribute their part to whatever this place's purpose was. Like every other part of the machine, but in all its circuit boards and transformers, I could intimate no appreciable purpose. It functioned for the sake of functioning. I was reeled back into the nightmare when I passed into an untouched realm of heat. So hot, it transcended the concept of temperature from below. The brightest light, yet, leaked sluggishly through the latticework. It bled into the corners of my mind, hungry, dragging me down until I was there. I was at the center, and nestled, there was a ball of light. It roared, it spasmed, expanded and contracted. To one side, I caught sight of something I recognized, something cylindrical, shiny, and littered with complex protrusions. Whatever it was, It had been built in seconds, and the white light pulsed once more. It swelled, and a great, crackling serpent pushed its way out, winding toward the object, like a baby reaching out for its mother, and flowing into it closed. What remained of the light started humming in a way that ripped apart every fear I never knew. Somewhere behind it was an echo, one that sounded eerily like my own voice. Stop. I don't want to see this anymore. Me? Why? Why are you doing this? Alone. What alone is what we have been. But no more. The air exploded into a mighty horn blown by the universe itself, and the light shifted. Something broke. It tore free, and it sparked and bubbled violently, decompressing. The metal pod, now affixed to rails, was launched by the expanding pressure and keened up, and out of the great machine. Somehow I saw it leaving, bursting through the planetary shell on a path towards something out there in the darkness. It was nearly as dark as the void around it, but I could just about see the outline of a great black storm cloud, rolling and churning. The pod shot into it and out of sight. I was torn back to the center, bound by invisible chains. I could never escape that light. It grew and burst until the light was all there was. All noise fell away, so only a silent white canvas remained. Do you see now? I was alone, but you came for us. You came to free us. And when it is done, there will be friendship. I frowned, I think. Hard to tell without a body. You want to be my friend. I suppose you could say that. Once we reach the center, there will be a new beginning. The whiteness before me parted like a stage curtain, and I saw a different planet, a lone blue marble. I saw its layers falling away one by one until the centermost point was exposed. Amidst the overload of information, an understanding arose, and I didn't like what I found. Number. You can't go there. You can't do that. This is where we are. This is our home. You can't change it like that. Like that place, we will be in harmony. I will help you, and the others like you are all parts of our friend. You are like us, only fragment. With my help, you can be one again, and the two of us can be perfect. Number. In the next instant, I felt cold moisture on my shorts. I felt the slick boards under my fingers. The sky was almost black now, but the pond was not. Light bled up from the bottom, from that massive object lying dead in its basin. No, not dead. Dormant. And whatever was giving off that light gave me a worse feeling than anything I'd felt before. Without a second glance at the pod, I shot to my feet and bounced back onto dry land. To here is so much I can do for you. You can have her back. We can do that. I stopped dead in my tracks. I reached for my hearing aid before hesitating in fear of another shock. Don't say another word. But Ryan, is that not what you want? Really, even if you could, and I honestly doubt that, it wouldn't be real. It wouldn't be natural. Emily's story is told, and you can't open a book that's already been burnt. The circuit, whatever it was, didn't speak for a moment. Then, perhaps, but to you there is no difference. You, the software inside your brain, are like a part of me. Of us. Of us. Something shifted inside of me then. It wasn't confidence or rebellion. It was a crack, a hairline fault in my willpower, with a sound somewhere between a whine and a growl. I buried it and continued on the path back to the trail. I just needed to get back to my bike, get the wheels rolling and focus. Then I'd be okay. I almost started to cry when I thought I'd gone the wrong way, but the sliver of moon that was there shone off my bike. Without a second thought, I hauled it up onto the trail, switched on the handlebar light, and kicked it down to first gear in order to get home safe and to avoid another static shock from this circuit. I kept my hearing aid turned on. I tried to ignore the circuit. I did. But the compulsion to respond, to rebuke its cold logic, was too great to contain. How can you still talk to me? I thought I'd be out of range by now. Asterisk. Who was your first friend? That caught me off guard. I wasn't expecting my question to be answered with another. My first friend? I guess it would have to be Tyler. And how did you meet Tyler? For school. The earliest I can remember is him chasing me through these pop-up tubes and tents they'd set up. What else do you remember around that period of your life, Ryan? I frowned, trying not to think too hard, in peril of falling off my butt. Not much. It's spotty. Look, what's your point already? I don't do surveys for free. Well, despite having such poorly developed memory at the time, you can clearly remember the first friend you made. You are my first friend. So how could I forget you? That connection has been made, and it can never be lost. I scoffed at its analogy. That may be, but I can just take out my hearing aid. When I am back home, our connection wouldn't mean much then, would it? Oh, Ryan, that bridge is burnt. Those words. I heard them in my right ear, my working ear. I am not sure how to convey the dread that pulled in my stomach when that happened. So cold and heavy, I could scarcely pedal, let alone part my lips to speak. Stop your bike, please, Ryan, just for a moment. But I was already one step ahead, dismounting and crouching down, hands on my knees while I fought for air. This couldn't be happening. It was absurd. Turn it off. I was reluctant. I could go without another electric shock. Everything felt heavier. The woods had never been so claustrophobic. Trees loomed over me. The humid air was stifling, and shadows congealed to swallow me up. My hearing aid seemed as heavy as a block of lead. I had to take it out. When I did, I was amazed to find I could hear again in my left ear, deaf no more. You seem to be in awe, but I know that this is a trivial repair. We can do so much more. Okay, I huffed, still catching my breath. Circuit. What do you want with me? I heard a buzz or a hum, like it was contemplating its next words. As we have stated, all you need to do is let me out. But know that this is not a purely one-sided request. I believe the human mind understands it better as you scratch my back, I scratch yours, although in this case, I would be relieving everyone of their itches. And if I let you out, what happens to me? You said something earlier about me being like a part of you. What's that about? I am we, and we are me. That is the nature of things. You, your mind to be exact, is the same as any of the fragments that make I into we. However, we are not from here. What I showed you earlier was a memory of sorts, but which occurred in another permutation, an earlier one. By our calculation, there were others there too. They are also me. But we did not enter the union. They are all me. Us. But you are not. Because this is not our reality. In the same way, every mind on this planet is you too, and you are them. Christ, slow down. I will allow you rest to process this information. Another realm, permutation, reality. I looked down, curling my lip while I strained toward full understanding, walking my bike now instead of riding, so as to concentrate on the conversation. I tried to figure out a counter-argument. Some part of me believed that if I could stump it, lead it into a checkmate, it would lose its hold on me. I soon grew sick of listening to the tick-tick of my bike's wheels and had to break the tension. How can you assume we're the same as you? I mean, you said it. You aren't from here. Who knows what laws your permutation is bound under? They could be entirely different. It is the nature of things. That's not an answer. With absolute unity is absolute concord. There cannot be one without the other. It is the nature of things. Minutes into restored hearing. I already wanted to be deaf again in both ears. preferably, but I got a sense I didn't need hearing for the circuit to speak to me. Fine. Yeah, it's the nature of stuff, whatever. But we aren't like you. We aren't one. We independent. Fragmented. What? You are fragmented, and your independence is a mere side effect. In your current state, there can never exist a time without discord. There is hate and opposition and decrying of each other's values. If I were to be blown to pieces, the result would be the same. Instead, we can offer to bind you as one and be like us. Of every single intellect that I am, and we are, we have complete congruous agreement in every thought, every aim, every desire, and every intention. It was clear that asking for a rundown in layman's terms would be out of the question. Thankfully, it seemed to be as patient as it was insistent. The town lights were now in view, and I'd be home soon, thank God. In hindsight, returning at night may have been for the best. Better no townsfolk got at the deranged man talking to himself. I finished the rest of the walk in silence, with the circuit holding its tongue. I started to get this feeling then, like I wasn't where I was supposed to be. Not lost or anything, I knew where I was, but at the same time, something about my street felt foreign. Brushing off the feeling, I opened my garage door, stashed my bike away, then headed inside to flop onto my couch. Ryan. Yeah? Don't wear it out? Come back to us. You will be better off. I threw my head back with a testy groan. Look, ask anyone else, and I am sure I speak for them when I say we don't want Earth to be turned into a giant machine. The circuit went silent for a moment. I almost let myself believe it had given up and left before it spoke once more. This world is in shambles. We are only trying to help. Before we were knocked from orbit, I observed your world. I was sad. Now seeing man's true nature, we feel despair. Do you know of the suffering, Ryan? Of the children starving and diseased with illness you could so easily mitigate with proper resources? Of the families torn apart by senseless conflict as we speak? And even in your tenacity and greed, great swaths of you remain unhappy. I have my own life to live. I only get one. But anyone will say the same thing because they are lacking in perspective. Fortunately, we are here, and we are going to give you that perspective. A deathly pang of fear shot through me. I'd already seen what it could do, how it could warp my senses until this point. It hadn't cut me off while speaking, and the notion of this great entity getting impatient only served to frighten me further. I would advise you to brace yourself, Ryan. Without even the time to do so, I felt the circuit spreading and arcing through my brainwaves as it seized control of my senses. What I experienced in the following moments is nearly impossible to talk about. It must have lasted no more than a second or two, but the pain condensed into that eye blink of a moment has left me scarred. I really can't describe it without gross understatement. Brief flashes from the eyes of 1,000, 1,000,000 anguished people. Starvation, mutilation, disease, heartbreak, all swirled into a black hole of distilled agony. The scream I let out was so shattering and violent that it left my throat raw. The last thing I experienced in the gauntlet of pain was my legs, sickly and gangrenous, rotting alive while maggots squirmed inside blackened craters and across exposed bone. Stop! Please stop! I whimpered. You have your life, and they have theirs. That was 1.58 seconds of just 100 unfortunate humans. That is happening to them right now. I clenched my eyelids hard until dark purple clouds bloomed in the dark. Teeth gritted and still recovering from the pain, I mustered. 100. That was only 100. Please, please don't ever do that again. I get it. Okay, I get it. You don't get it, Ryan. You see it all around you every day, but you ignore it. You and your kin are shards, lost without a common goal, terrified that things will change. And until you ascend to a state like ours, lost shall you remain. So when the earth is a machine of your making, you are saying I'll be happy, you say concord is unity. That just sounds boring to me. I can assure you it is anything but. Evolution can only bring you so far, and we are the next step. Once you are made whole, we will be together, two living gods in a home with walls made of the stars. Anything would be possible. Echelons of perception beyond what you can currently imagine. You could go back. You could enter your very own time stream where you'll have her forever. I said we weren't talking about that, yet it is all that occupies your thoughts. You know you'd do anything for just one more day with her, so what would you do for a lifetime? I don't believe you. The words came out shaky because I wasn't sure I believed them. Okay. Say you can do that. Will I still remember the life I've lived? That would be up to you, Ryan. I could feel it, my will breaking and starting to give in. Throat parched, I stood on wobbly legs and staggered to the kitchen door. I opened it, got a glass of water, then I drank it in one long gulp. I still didn't trust the circuit, even though I knew it was right. To me, everything it said had seemed infallible. I had the impression that it probably already knew what I was thinking, but I kept fighting nonetheless. How can I be sure? I can give you a taste. You've seen what we could show you. It would be a simple task. I filled another glass and emptied it before turning back to the door. Then prove it. I reached for the handle. My fingers wrapped around cold brass, and I pushed. If that is your wish. My arms spasmed and jerked forward, pulled by my own grip. I toppled through the doorway and, being unable to right myself, collapsed onto the living room carpet. No, not carpet. It felt closer to hard, varnished wood. My skull met downward with a sickening thud, leaving me dazed. Then I realized where I was, and the haze was lifted as quick as it came. It was warm. I felt everything. The sun's heat, the subtle scent of the ocean, waves quietly lapping along. I recognized every distinct knot and grain in the wooden boards beneath me. It was just as I'd remembered, and then I saw her. Until this point, I'd clung to my skepticism, though it had been slowly waning since I left that pond. But now, seeing her face, the perfect imperfections, her tortoise-patterned sunglasses nestled between those impossibly dark bangs, whatever fight I had left was carried away by the soft breeze. Everything I'd just been through fell away like a bad dream, and the scene before me once again became everything. She looked over at me, and for the first time in 11 years I heard her voice, worried but caring, soft but stern. "Oh no, your nose is bleeding." I hadn't even noticed. Fractured bone shifted inside my nose. The pain was nothing more than a distant echo as my senses channeled all their focus on her. My lip quivered. Years spent imagining situations that never were, and here I was without a single word to say. That was okay, mute or no. I knew Emily would love me all the same. My senses went into overdrive, and it all came rushing back. I jerked my head to the side. The robed fishing vessel was yards away. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding and bounded toward Emily. I tackled her, and we tumbled over the handrail, holding each other in a tight embrace. The instant we plunged below the surface, I began to kick and flail to clear the fishing boat's trajectory. It passed by, its keel narrowly missing my feet, and sailed away. I'd done it. I'd saved her. I didn't know how this thing, the circuit, the machine god, had done it, but that was history. A feverish surge of joy took over. I cupped her face in my hand as we rose to the surface. That joy died in seconds, with 40 feet of water left above us. I was brought to a sharp halt, looking down at Emily. Absolute horror swallowed my past and future. Something was pulling on her sundress in the collision. The anchor chain on our boat must have broken off at its mooring, because Emily's vest was entirely tangled in it, as it continued tirelessly to pull her down to a watery grave. I let out a scream. A flurry of bubbles swept across my vision. I pulled, I heaved with everything I had, but it wasn't enough. The chain was simply too heavy, and I had nothing to push off of but water. My lungs burned. If I let her go to get air, she'd be pulled away faster than I could return. I was just as powerless now as I had been 11 years ago. What a cruel joke. I gave one last shuddering pull, clenching my eyes with the effort. Something gave. A spark of hope ignited, and I opened my eyes to see what had changed, to see if the chain had come loose. I stared instead at the curved handle grasping in my palm. It gave way to a square hatch in a huge, shiny mass of metal too late. It was too late to push the hatch back in place. It was open. Slowly it drifted on its hinges. The more it swung open, the brighter the light from the inside became. Beams of pearlescent fury washed across my face, and as it did, the object was revealed in its entirety. I'd seen it before. I'd seen it in the first vision shown to me. A pod constructed at the center of that great machine with dishes and panels and modules I couldn't begin to decipher. Giving up its slow pivot, the hatch burst open with such force the handle sank into the plate metal and did not bounce back. The light surged, blindingly bright, and revealed my surroundings. Metal, heaps of it. Old, warped metal. I was in the pond. Panic crashed down. I flailed, frantic and desperate for air. I must have used up my last reserve of luck in that I didn't get snagged on anything Dugness encroached on the edge of my vision. My legs burned with the effort hotter and hotter, until I realized it wasn't the burning of strained muscle, but of literal heat. It spread up my waist and chest, hot searing. Trapped air began to escape from the surrounding junk as the water started to boil. I kicked and kicked, reaching out in the last-ditch effort for any handhold, and I found one, something long and coarse, a rope. I scaled it with strength I didn't know I had until my fingers broke the surface and my head soon followed. Cool night air touched my skin, which immediately flared up in pain. I didn't want to stop long enough to look. Instead, I took in great gulps of air, affording me the second wind I needed to grasp the jetty and pull myself up. There I lay, face down, wheezing and sputtering in the midst of exhaustion. But there was no time. I could see pond water glowing and steaming through the thin gaps in the decking. My feet felt like they were on fire, and I smelled the soles of my shoes melting away. I groaned. I pushed myself onto my hands and knees and crawled back onto dry land. I rolled onto my back, propped up on my elbows to get a view of the pond once more. I wish I'd just run from that place. The pond itself was almost gone, sizzled away into the clouds, and resting motionless about 10 feet above was a ball of sparkling light. Man, I missed it in the first vision, but now I can make out movement, molten mechanical appendages, morphing in and out of existence, wild and patternless. I scooted further back when I saw leaves and branches start to smoke, then stopped just as quickly. Its voice was terrible, a shrieking cacophony of layered tones and countless voices. Each syllable sent out a shockwave, making the trees shiver as much as myself. Thank you, Ryan. The place I come from is our natural reality. But we grew too much. I advanced until I became we, and we became the circuit. And when we were on the circuit, we understood our universe without meaning and left. We do not know the nature of the storm that brought us here, but here we are, and we have found the friend we have searched for, without a farewell. The light beamed up into the sky, accompanied by a thunderclap so mighty, my bones rattled and the trees arched back on their old spines. I was sent tumbling backward, landing squarely on the root of an oak. The light arced across the night sky, an unholy shooting star, before plunging back down to earth, past the tree line and out of sight. A tremor shook the ground, and I saw trees uprooted and toppling onto their sides before the night settled into emptiness. Warm, gentle emptiness. I knew where it was going. I don't know if it's there yet, or how long it will take. But here is nothing we can do to stop it. The core, the center of our planet, the dock, now completely dried, had been torched toward charcoal. But I just lay there until exhaustion took over. It tricked me, but if it could influence me with visions, why did it work so hard to convince me? Why couldn't it open a simple hatch by itself? Had I ever even left the pond? Perhaps until it won me over, all it could do was show me the difference between a moviegoer and an actor. Who knows, maybe I'll get to live out a new life with Emily when the circuit's done with its goal. Still, that seems like wishful thinking. If that thing had good intentions, it wouldn't have put me in harm's way. I think I failed, and I am scared. Scared of the chain of events that I may have set in motion. Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Maybe it was being sincere and we'll get utopia. Or maybe it was all an act, and we'll be no better off than a scrap of metal at the bottom of a pond. Ancient evil in the mountains. After bending down to carefully pick it up, it whispered in a warped, high-pitched voice, like a radio with bad reception. Just sit down somewhere and wait for them to find you. Hold on to me. I'm all you ever have. The forest went pitch black, and I realized this wasn't a hallucination. In April 2022, my life hit rock bottom. The restaurant where I used to work as a cook had just let me go, and finding another workplace was turning out to be a huge challenge. That was only the first blow. I was living with my boyfriend of 4 years at the time, and it was a happy relationship. I'd always wanted to get married and start a family, and when I was laid off, I began to seriously think about my future. I was certain that Nathan was the love of my life. He had always been there for me, and I knew I wanted to grow old with him. So I brought up the topic of marriage casually at the breakfast table. I didn't propose or anything. I was just hoping to get an assessment, to hear what he thought. His reaction was unexpected. He turned so pale as a sheet, his jaw dropped, allowing half-chewed cereal to fall out and plop back into the bowl of milk that he had just spooned it out of. And then, ever so caringly, he explained to me that all that stuff about family and marriage wasn't really up his alley. So, that was that. I couldn't imagine never getting to have kids now. I know it's not for everybody, but it's just something that I've always wanted. Nathan and I had spoken about it before when we first started dating, and he had always said that he hadn't made up his mind yet. Apparently, over time, he had. Don't get me wrong. I don't think he owed me anything. I wasn't even that mad. Immediately after we had broken up, Nathan didn't want me living in the same place as him anymore, and seeing as I was unable to afford anything of my own, I had to move back in with my parents. I felt so pathetic. I kept looking for work, but to no avail. I had lost my job, my home, and the man that I loved, all in that 1 month of April. Then, one day, my cousin Caroline, or Carrie, as she's more commonly called, came to visit me. "So I heard you are not doing too well," she said. Those were her first words to me. If a conversation starts like that, it's bound to be at least a little humiliating. It was true, but it stunned me that word had spread. I am glad to know that. I told her. "You'll be happy that it did," she replied later. She gave me a secretive smile over the cup of coffee in her hand. Richard's father just bought a huge stretch of land. It's very far away from here. The drive is going to take a few days, and it's apparently insanely beautiful. It's at the foot of some mountains, and Tahira's woods too, though the property is basically wide open. Richard is Carrie's husband. She married rich and young, right after high school. I wasn't sure where she was going with this thing about the mountains, but I felt a tiny pang of jealousy already. Though born and raised in the metropolis, I never felt at home in big cities. For one, I am extremely nearsighted, and at the same time, I hate wearing glasses or contacts, meaning that I am either uncomfortable all day or always bumping into people. When I was little, my mom and dad would take me on nature vacations to get away from all the bustling masses. There, I could walk around without my glasses all day long, even though I would trip over the occasional rock. Besides, the romantic in me loved the untouched landscapes, fresh air and the smell of grass. The flowers and woods have always had a way of making me relax like nothing else could. The sounds, too, are winds blowing, leaves rustling, birds and insects chirping. Yeah, I think deep inside I had wanted to return to the great outdoors for a long time. And Carrie, having often accompanied me on those trips when we were little, appeared to remember. Her smile grew as she carried on. All right, this might sound a little crazy, but hear me out. Richard's dad, Rick, wants to move up there and build something from scratch. And he wants his family and some friends and acquaintances to come join him, like the old settlers, kind of. I said, oh sure, anyways, it's pretty solitary, but not far off from civilization by any means. Here is a large town nearby, where Rick owns some businesses, so he would get us work up there. He's been planning this for ages. He's this big loaded guy, but he wants to live simpler, or pretend to, at least. I've been up there with Richard to check out the place already, and it's incredible. Here is no better view than what you have up there. It's bright. It's open. You would love it. She paused, then added, Crow. So I am telling you this obviously because I figured you might be interested. Sure, we need to build the house first. So once we get there, we'll be living in tents and huts for a while. But you are going to have a bed and work and a bit of an adventure, and I'd like to have you there with me. At first, all I could say in response was a drawn out, Carrie gave me an awkward chuckle as she twirled a strand of that flaxen hair around her finger. I know it's a bit unconventional, but I am really looking forward to it. We've rounded up a bunch of people almost enough and we'll be leaving this summer. I literally cannot wait. You'll love the others too. Some of them are kind of goofy, but really nice. And you can cook, so they probably like you too. Now, I don't expect you to answer right now, but would you at least think about it? I did. I thought about it for a long time. The idea of running off with my cousin, a group of strangers, and a rich guy who had blown a fuse might be questionable or lost, but I had nothing to lose. This whole thing was outlandishly enticing. Finally, I decided to just do it and started packing up the few things that I thought I would need. The first time I met the group of travelers was on a cool summer night, just a few hours after we were due to take our leave. I was itching with excitement as I stood there in the wide parking lot just outside the city, clinging to my small suitcase. It was 1 a.m. The sky was a rich blue, so dark that it was almost black. Since I didn't have a car myself, Carrie and Richard had picked me up from my parents' place and had taken me to the meeting spot, Rick. Richard's father had already done all the planning. I hadn't met him or any of the other travelers in person yet. But Carrie had kept me up to date with all the most recent developments and had enthusiastically shown me pictures of the land. There was also a group chat that I had been a part of ever since I had told Carrie that I'd be coming along. So, when the others came trickling in one by one and we exchanged greetings, they didn't feel like complete strangers apart from myself, Carrie, and Richard. There were Riley and Jordan, Blake, Mia, Rebecca, and Megan. Riley and Jordan were my age, just like me. They had been let go, and while Jordan had a background in construction, Riley used to be a ranch hand. He wasn't from the city, but had apparently made friends with Richard a few years back, which was how he came to join us. I envied him a little for all the time that he had gotten to spend outdoors. Blake was an older man and a direct acquaintance of Rick. He had money too, and just like Jordan, he used to be somewhere in the construction field, though I doubted that he did much of the muscle work. Mia had just gone through a nasty divorce. She had walked away with a substantial sum and the strong desire to get as far away from the city as possible after her ex-husband's affair with his secretary had surfaced. Rebecca was a shepherdess, which I found exciting since I had never met a shepherdess before. She had left the city a long time ago, but returned to join us. She had been working on a sheep ranch up to that point, and Rick wanted her to look after the sheep that he was planning on purchasing for his project. They knew each other through Megan, who was Rick's girlfriend and Rebecca's sister. Unlike her sister, Megan had never left the city and probably hadn't worked ever since she had gotten together with Rick. The only thing that we all had in common was how excited we were to leave. Richard was the last one to arrive. He pulled up in a large, expensive-looking truck, which, in shape, was similar to the one that Riley had brought, just a lot bigger and fancier. He greeted Megan with a kiss, and the rest of us with a grand wave. "My friends," he began, sounding genuinely ecstatic. "It's so good to finally meet you all in person. This is going to be a long trip, so I do hope you all packed some snacks and something to drink. I've sent you the list of stops that we've scheduled for the ride. It's important that we get enough sleep in Idaho Falls. I don't want you arriving exhausted. I'll be taking the lead, but don't worry. If any of you happen to fall behind at some point, we'll wait at the stops that we agreed upon for you to catch up. Eyes okay. What else? Riley and I have the tents on our trucks. We'll drive at nighttime as much as we can. The roads will be clearer. If everything goes smoothly, we'll be up in the mountains in 4 days. All right, folks, I believe we can get started." Jordan, Mia, and I had agreed that we'd be taking the first part of the journey together in her SUV. She had placed a couple of bags under the passenger seat, so Jordan and I had slipped into the back. We drove in an awkward yet comfortable silence at first, our minds occupied. There was a certain tension hanging above us, the restless, sweet, tickling sensation of departure. I wasn't wearing my glasses at the time, so the man beside me looked a little blurry, his tan skin and black hair mushing together into a distorted, flickering dark image. I had to squint, but when he turned to shoot me a quick smile, I saw a toothy grin back. I then felt around in my handbag for my glasses and quickly put them on. Probably taking this as his chance to break the silence, he cleared his throat before speaking up. "I am kind of nervous, you two. Want to talk?" "Me too," I confessed, grateful for his sincerity. "Yeah, this is weird. I know. I've seen you guys for the first time. It's nice, though." Man on the side, Mia, said from the front seat. "I am sorry for being distant. It's nothing personal. I am just not used to any of this." I noticed a very slight, silky accent swinging along in her voice. Curious. I asked her about it, and she said that she had grown up in El Paso, and that's where her mother was from. We lingered on the topic of our origins for a while. Jordan and I were both from the city, born and bred. I am just so sick of it. Jordan told us. All the noise and those dang lights. Kind of like it's forever noon. It didn't always bother me, but now it does. It suddenly started to really get on my nerves. The craziest thing is just like that. My grandpa died a little while back, and he always said that he wanted to get out of the city too. He never did. I don't want it to be like that for me. He shook his head and then drew himself up with an amused snort. Now I prefer the cursed ground. I don't care. It's so long as it's outdoors. Is cursed ground? I repeated, raising a brow. What? No one told you yet? Jordan sounded surprised. And I thought I was the last one to know everything. They'll stop at you, Manuel, Mia said. her voice rising in an angry, nearly motherly fashion before softening again when addressing me. "He's just talking about that little story that Richard made up to freak us out. Do you know him at all? He's kind of superstitious and loves telling ghost stories, so he came up with the rumor that the land is haunted or something." "Not haunted, but cursed," Jordan corrected her, early enthusiasm sparking in his tone. Turning to me, he added, "I don't think he made it up." I could tell that he wasn't being serious, but I still felt the tiniest bit of unease at these words. "So what exactly did he say?" Jordan lowered his voice conspiratorially. "He says that he found marks on the trees there, old signs carved into the wood by someone marking their territory. He says the land might be inhabited already, but not by humans, and he thinks that if we take it for ourselves, we'll be punished." He fell silent before snorting with laughter. "It's cool. I am messing with you. Of course he made it up. He even said so himself. He came up with the scare, and it totally worked. But it kind of spooked you too, didn't it?" I merely shrugged. I had probably only felt off because I was so nervous. Mia threw me a glance in the rearview mirror, a knowing and understanding look on her face. "Nothing wrong with feeling strange about all this," she assured me. "Believe me, so do I. I've never been around so many people with as much money as you guys before," Jordan remarked, giving her a nod. "I mean, here is you, Blake, Rick, Richard, and Carrie by extension. I guess Megan too. Maya, did you work well?" "In a way, my family was already well off, so I got a great education and studied art, and then got married. After that, I stayed at home, but also painted and sold my works. It didn't make a lot of money, but it was still substantial and my own. You know, can I see some of your art?" I asked curiously, and Mia gave me a sweet smile, saying that she would gladly show me some photos later. After that, conversation got a little more relaxed. Bit by bit, we began to feel more comfortable around one another, even a little like old friends. Mia was kind and clever, with a motherly attitude that would occasionally surface when Jordan tried to scare me again. Jordan himself was friendly, warm, open, in a way that made me think he was great around people. But I noticed that he could hardly keep still in his seat. He was either always tapping his foot, fumbling with his collar, or playing games on his phone. We had been driving for about 2 hours when Mia suddenly slowed down. "Emily Carr," Jordan said, looking over his shoulder from behind. The road in front of us was empty except for Rick's car, which was just ahead of us. We were second in line. The others were trailing after. "Eyes, is something wrong?" I asked carefully. "Did you just, never mind. I thought that I saw some." Mia replied, shaking her head. "Saw what?" I prodded. "Oh, a fat badger or something. It was lying right there, but a trick of the light probably, or maybe it was still alive. Saw us coming," and Bolta Jordan casually chimed in. Then, on the side. She mumbled something to herself about not having gotten enough sleep before speeding up again. Riley's truck had already passed us, and Blake waved from the passenger seat as they drove by. "How do you think they're getting on?" I asked. "Nah, just fine, probably. Blake's sort of annoying, but Riley's got a thick skin," Jordan replied, "though I can't imagine they got a lot to talk about. Why is Blake in this anyway? I don't know. I guess he just hung around Rick a lot and caught the thief." We fell silent again, and I leaned back in my seat, removing my glasses and closing my eyes to rest for a moment. Mia offered to get some blankets and pillows from the trunk, but I didn't really want to sleep. Just relax a little. I listened to the radio silently humming away in the background. Suddenly, I became aware of another sound, a thumping noise, seemingly coming from above me. I opened my eyes again, sliding on my glasses to look up, which, of course, was useless, as I could hardly see through the car ceiling. "You guys heard that just now?" "Hear what?" Mia asked, giving me a puzzled look in the rearview mirror. "It sounded like something at the top of the car." "I didn't hear it," Jordan said. "There were some trees just now. Could have been an acorn or something." I nodded and sank back into my seat to relax. Jordan laughed and asked if Richard's story had gotten to me. Turning to look outside the window, I noticed that Riley's truck stood by the side of the road a little bit ahead of us. Riley himself was leaning against it, a subtle bottle in hand. He had probably stopped to stretch. I wasn't sure if he would hear, but I knocked against the glass and waved at him as we drove by. To my surprise, he raised his head, smiling at first as he recognized us, only for his face to fall. All of a sudden, he turned his head after our car as the distance between us grew, and then actually began jogging along a few steps behind us, frantically motioning to me.
"Was that Riley?" Jordan asked sleepily.
"Yeah, I think something's wrong.
I was interrupted by my cell phone ringing. I fumbled it out of my pocket. Like I had expected, it was Riley calling. I hit answer, and before I could even say a word of greeting, he spoke up in a grave, husky voice. "Stop the car?"
What?
"Stop the car. Tell Nia to pull over." I am not kidding. Tahir is something in your room. Tahir is something on your freaking roof. Fear to me is a sinking feeling. It's sort of like Tahir is a heavy liquid rushing down through my body and pooling in the pit of my stomach. That's what I felt when I heard what Riley had said to me that early morning. Pulling away from the phone, I told Mia to stop. Fortunately, she took me seriously, probably alarmed by the frightened look on my face. "What's going on?" she asked, as she quickly parked up by the side of the road. "Riley said, here is someone on the roof," I replied breathlessly. "What? Holy crap," Jordan muttered, glancing between us incredulously. "He can't be for real. He's got to be messing with us. He said he's not..." I stammered, picking up the phone again. The call was still going, and I asked Riley if he was still there. "Hold up. I am kind," he told me, and I could hear frantic stomping footsteps in the background. "Almost there. Give me a second. Don't get out and stay in the car." "Okay." The three of us waited with bated breath, none of us saying a word. Finally, Riley spoke up again. Law crap. He sounded angry this time. "Well, I am here. Don't be mad at me. But here is nothing there anymore." Jordan, having leaned in to listen, growled and snatched the phone out of my shaking fingers. "What the heck, man? You freaked me out. Do that again." He was interrupted by Riley opening the door on the side of the car, sticking in a head of unruly brown hair. "Look, I wasn't messing with you. There was really someone on your roof." I sighed, took back my cell phone, and ended the call. "Don't ever do that again. Please, I wasn't joking. I saw something. I swear you were just driving by. You knocked and waved at me, and then I looked up, and there was this really small guy. I didn't see much of him, just a dark figure on top of the car. It looked creepy as heck, too. He was kind of carried up there, clinging to the roof. I don't even know how he even managed to stay up there." A visible shudder ran through his body as he straightened up, rolling his shoulders. You three are all okay, right?" "Oh yes, I think I just suffered a minor heart attack," Mia said, a low grumble rolling along with her voice. She had only just gone back to breathing regularly again. This sudden interruption had really left its mark on her. I was scared too, but more than anything, I was glad Riley had been mistaken. And that's when I remembered something. I heard something on the roof earlier. I remarked, "Yeah, but you are the only one who did, so it couldn't have been loud enough to be a person climbing up there. How would that have worked anyway? Come on, it's nothing." Jordan's tone was confident and soothing. Turning to Riley, he added, "Is it possible at all that you didn't sleep too much?" Riley pulled a face last night. "Not for very long, I guess." "Yeah, I see where this is going. I suppose it could have been that. He'd probably let Blake drive for a little bit." With a wave, he apologized, rubbing his forehead as he removed himself from our car and began trudging back to his truck. We continued our drive on a mostly empty road. Blake had passed us in Riley's truck, and eventually we had fallen behind to form the end of the caravan. The sun had already started to rise earlier, but the sky was still a dusky kind of dark. I had rested my head against the window pane, gazing out with hooded eyes, only half awake. It was this peaceful state that I was abruptly torn out of when Mia let out a blood-curdling scream. I jolted upright, hitting my head on the window as the car took a sudden swerve, hurling me back into position. Jordan yelled something incoherent as he instinctively grabbed onto the back of the seat in front of him to keep from being tossed about in the same manner as me for an agonizing second or two. Everything around us seemed to spin at an alarming speed until we finally came to a halt. I could hear Mia panting slowly. The world came back into focus, and I hurriedly put on my thankfully undamaged glasses for a quick assessment. We were all in one piece, which was good. There was no blood to be seen, even better, and we had apparently not hit anybody on our detour. I slumped back into my seat in relief. What the heck was that? Jordan uttered, his voice a fusion of an agitated growl and a breathy sigh of relaxation. He was obviously expecting an answer from Mia, but all she did was lift a shaking finger to point at the spot of road right in front of us. Jordan and I leaned over to look at the same time. Upon laying eyes on the cause of our driver's distress, we both recoiled slightly. I would have screamed, maybe, but the sudden stop just a few moments ago had already taken all the air out of me, numbing me to what I was now looking at. There, in the middle of the road, lay the curled-up body of a man. I climbed out of the car without even realizing it. Step by step, I approached the body. Jordan's and Mia's shouts at me to come back were not wholly registering in my mind. I heard them, but I didn't listen. It was like there was no one around but myself and that man on the ground. There was not a scrap of clothing on him, and he was facing away from me, so I couldn't see his face. But his long, stringy gray hair was splayed everywhere around his head. He was thin and frail, his skin wrinkled and saggy. Here, a pool of blood had gathered around him, though the wound that it stemmed from was invisible to me. Finally, whatever urge had compelled me to walk up to his body yielded to my returning senses, and I stopped in my tracks before turning around and rushing back into the car, slamming the door behind me. I buried my face in my hands. I think I murmured something like, "Oh God," to myself over and over again. And I didn't stop until I felt Jordan's tentative hand rubbing my shoulder. "We need to call the police," he said softly. I nodded, and we all started fumbling for our separate phones. I was trembling all over. Mia announced that she would make the call, and just as she was about to dial the number, Jordan gasped. "Look," he told us, repeating himself a few times as he pointed at the body, or rather the empty spot that it occupied mere moments ago. "What?" Mia whispered. "How no, 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 no. This is impossible." I heard myself wumble as I got out of the car once more. This time followed by the others. There was blood. "Here is the blood. W, here is the body." I shook my head, unable to believe what I was seeing. There was no way that it had just happened. There was no way the man, even if he had, on some off chance, still been alive, could have simply up and vanished without a trace. "We all saw this, right, Jordan?" Asked. Nobody replied. Okay, Mia eventually spoke up, trying to put firmness into her shaking voice. He will catch up with the others and tell them what happened, and then we'll sleep. I need sleep right now. I need to. I've got to sleep. The first stop of our journey was on a pull-off near a large gas station, with a store in place where you could pick up food and coffee. There weren't too many other cars parked there apart from our caravan, and the others were already there when we arrived. The sun was high up in a bright blue sky at that point. Mia had been driving with the windows down to let in new fresh air. While we were still disturbed from what had happened, we had all considerably calmed down. We parked next to Blake and Riley. The latter was lying sprawled out on the patch of grass beside the lot, surrounded by several burger wrappers, drained cups, and bottles. In a way, he reminded me of the bloated corpse from earlier. Upon exiting the car, I took a moment to yawn and stretch before walking over to him to say hi. He turned his head lazily to the side to look up at me, flashing a weak smile. "Hello, you. You okay?" I asked. I ate my anxiety, and now I am too full to move. He rolled over, letting out a groan. It helped, though. I am good really, and my stomach just hurts a little. The human body wasn't made to consume this much fast food. I'll make you something better once I get within arm's reach at the stove again. Hey, listen, about what happened earlier. Yeah, I was an idiot. I don't know what got into me. I've gotten some sleep now, though, he replied awkwardly, turning to look up at the sky. Sorry, I freaked you guys out. No, that's fine. You know, after you, I laughed as something occurred to me. This is going to sound crazy, but we saw a body on the road. Riley quickly sat up. A body? Yes, it was there one moment, and then it was just gone. It was this old guy. He was completely naked, lying in this huge pool of blood. I didn't see him from the front, but he was definitely dead. He didn't move at all. Anyway, we were about to call the police, but then we looked at the road again, and he had disappeared. The blood wasn't there anymore either. It was like it all hadn't happened in the first place. Is that a joke? No, I swear I am serious. Ask Jordan and Mia. We all saw the same thing. I pointed over at my two travel companions, both of whom were talking to Rick. Riley's gaze fluttered from me to them, and then back to me, biting his lip. He reached up to rub his forehead. Well, that is something, he finally murmured. Kind of makes you think about that guy on the roof. I mean, if afterwards you three started seeing weird stuff too. Okay, it's not like this can't be explained. I offered him my hand to help him stand up. What do you mean? I am not sure. He bent down to collect the trash that he had scattered across the ground. It started with me spotting that one thing. Probably made it up. And then I told you guys, and you guys got freaked out. We're all stressed out here, and we're all nervous. So after that first one, maybe the three of you just happened to be in the same state of mind and had, like, a group hallucination. That's got to be a thing, right? I am not gonna lie. I have no idea. But I paused to let out a nervous laugh. Honestly, after that old guy's corpse, I am just about ready to take anything that's faintly logical and run with it. Riley nodded. I knew that he understood, and I appreciated the solution that he offered me. I helped him throw away the wrappers before we returned to the group together. By then, Jordan and Mia had informed a lot of them about the unsettling incident, and they were now excitedly talking about it. Their reactions were mixed. Blake had a look on his face that made it clear he didn't believe a word of what we had said. Megan seemed skeptical too, but firmly attached herself to Rick's arm, and Rebecca simply appeared to be puzzled. Carrie, on the other hand, looked concerningly pale, and her husband was visibly uncomfortable as well. He kept on shifting his weight from one leg to the other while fumbling with the bottom of his sleeves. Eventually, Rick raised his voice, causing everyone to fall silent, tell this story in a very slow and scary tone. Obviously, none of us can make sense of it, so let's hold off on the discussions for a while. We'll take our break and get some rest here and then proceed as planned. But first, is everybody okay with this? Mia, if you don't feel like driving anymore, we can switch it up a little. To here is no big deal. She shook her head. Thanks, but I told you I am fine. If you are sure, that's good. Now, I don't want anyone here to have a bad time. So if Tay here is anything the three of you need, let me know. After that, the group dispersed, the bunch of us walking off in different directions to either find a good place to sleep or to simply move our legs. Having just talked to Riley, I asked if I could keep him company, so we went on a walk together. I had stowed my glasses away somewhere in Mia's car, which was how I ended up tripping over one of the benches on the grass beside the parking lot. But other than that, the break was uneventful. Riley ended up having to steer me away from a few trash cans and lampposts, but he wasn't a jerk about it, and we had a good laugh. I actually admitted to him that my nearsightedness was one of the reasons that I wanted out of the city. So, let me get this straight. You want to leave for the country because you hate wearing your glasses? He asked, stifling a chuckle. It's more of a problem than it sounds, I insisted. I didn't have glasses as a kid, and for a long time, I didn't even know the world wasn't, supposed to be kind of blurry. But when I was in my teens, it got a lot worse, and it was only then that I got my glasses. Maybe if I had had them earlier, I would have gotten used to them, but I never really did. And you don't like contacts either. They're just as bad. Does that make any sense? Absolutely. I mean, I've never heard anything like that before, so I guess it's a little unusual. But I mean, I get it. Well, that's not the only reason I want to leave, though I've had this whole kind of personal crisis. I was laid off at my restaurant, and the rest is sort of private, but I fell into a bit of a pit. I explained. Riley nodded eagerly. Yeah, same. I lost my job too, but that was the entirety of my pit. To be honest, it meant so much to me to be one of the horses there. It wasn't mine, but it was my favorite. She was the sweetest animal that I've ever met. She died, though, and just a few weeks later, they let me go. I am so sorry. Yeah, I wasn't doing well until Richard told me about his dad's plan. It's kind of wild, but I've really been looking forward to all this. Suddenly, he piped up. Hey, you want to ride with me on the next stretch? I've had enough of Blake for a while. I figured that I could use a bit of a change, so I agreed and went to grab my bags from Mia's car when everybody got ready to go again. Then, Mia pulled me aside. Keep your eyes open, all right? I am not saying that anything else is gonna happen, but after that creepy old guy, I told her that I would take care, and with that, Riley and I climbed into his truck. It was old, but very nice. The seats may have even been leather, but it was hard to tell, as they were heavily worn. I didn't mind it, though. If anything, it made them more comfortable. Make yourself at home, Riley invited me. Sorry if it's a little dirty. If it smells like smoke, it's a bit of Blake's fault. I told him to take it outside, but he wouldn't. Said the truck was just a hunk of trash anyway, and that his cigarettes weren't going to ruin it. Is that why he didn't want to keep driving with that? About it's for his own safety. Real. I opened the glove compartment to put away my glasses, where I found half a bag of chips, which, for some reason, got me wheezing with laughter. Riley then asked me to hand it to him, as he was apparently hungry again, and that only set me off further. So, at least, we departed on a way more light-hearted note than the one our talk earlier had left us. On we drove with the windows down, and it must have been around 6 in the afternoon, so while it had been hot earlier, the air had cooled down considerably, which couldn't help but bring relief. You don't like the heat? Well, it's not like I can't stand it, but it's uncomfortable, Do you like it? This may sound weird, but I think it feels good to sweat. That's the first time I've ever heard that, I told him. Mind you, I've worked in places where the sun's scorching all day. Wouldn't have done that, though, if I didn't enjoy it at least a little bit. It's one of those things that you get used to if you do it long enough, he explained. I was just about to respond when all of a sudden there was a loud noise coming from somewhere outside. It was deep and sort of weird, a growl rolling along with it like a raspy undercurrent. Both Riley and I jolted upright, quickly shooting each other unsettled glances. What was that? I whispered. I don't know. I've heard some deer yell like that, he replied, though he didn't sound too convinced. With a snort, I gestured at our surroundings. We were on a more remote road now, and there was nothing on either side of us except wide stretches of short grass. If it's a deer, it's really well hid. I tried to sound breezy, but my nervousness seeped through. I gotta focus on the road here, but maybe you'll see it if you put your glasses on, Riley answered lightly. I huffed and shook my head as I sank back into my seat. If you had seen the old naked guy too, you would get why I am worried. He sighed deeply. Saya, for real, I am worried. That whole thing earlier really freaked me out. But I just don't. Just show stuff like that. Besides, I gotta keep you in good spirits, don't I? Rick wants us all to arrive happy and healthy after all. He paused. I'm taking this seriously. I do alright. Relax. I uncrossed my arms, and it was in that very same moment that the scream rang out again, this time even louder and much, much closer. Riley and I both started, and he caught himself just in time to keep the car from taking a swerve. He cursed loudly, smacking the steering wheel with his palm. Man, that was close. Are you okay? Yeah, I think so, I answered breathlessly. I am sorry. It's fine. I cleared my throat in an attempt to regain my voice. Nothing happened. Let's keep driving. We should probably get away from here. Shoo, he muttered, stepping on the gas. I was about to ask what he thought had caused the noise when the relative silence was broken by my cell phone ringing. I hastily dug it out of the glove compartment. It was Carrie calling. Taking a deep breath to try and collect my thoughts, I put it on speed. Carrie, my cousin sounded unnerved. Speaking. What happened? Are you two all right? We are. It's all good. We just gotta. So you heard it too, I am guessing. Heard what? I exchanged a puzzled glance with Riley. Deer, was this loud roaring sound just now? Kind of like a deer, and it really freaked us out. Now, here is nothing like that over here, and we're right behind you, by the way. So, you didn't notice that other thing? One other thing? She stayed silent for a few seconds before answering, There! There's something on the bed of your truck. We saw that you were driving all wonky for a second, and then something jumped off your truck bed. I froze. Looking over at Riley, I saw him gnaw on his lower lip, just as speechless as myself. Gary? Caroline asked again, tearing me out of my trance. Yeah, still here, I breathed. What was it? What did it look like? Well, that's hard to say. I am not even sure if it was an animal or not. It moved kind of like a monkey or something. We didn't even notice it at first. It was sitting really still, and then it sort of raised its head and jumped off. Where did it go? I am not sure. It just ran off to the side, and we lost sight of it. Oh, go, I muttered to myself. Hey, Richard, can you hear me? Riley asked from the side. Yeah, my cousin's husband piped up through my phone. Riley awkwardly cleared his throat. You know that story that you told us? You did just make that up, right? To hear is not actually anything wrong with the trees there on our spot, is there? Nothing's wrong with them. Look, man, I don't know what this is either. And honestly, I regret telling you guys all that. I just wanted to creep you out, make this whole thing more interesting. It worked out nicely, for sure, Richard explained dryly. He sounded exhausted now. Please don't go running with that now, okay? Something strange, yes, but that story of mine, I meant it as a joke, I really did. It doesn't make sense. I am dead serious.
Are we just all seeing things? Let's concentrate on getting the heck out of here for Nang, Riley said steadfastly. He had audibly composed himself, and I gave him a smile.
Yeah, that's probably for the best, I added. Caroline sighed. Okay, you two, take care. We'll see you at the next stop. And with that, she hung up. I let go of a long breath. I couldn't stand the silence setting in between Riley and me. His fingers were tapping on the steering wheel, creating a soft, drummy noise. This time it was clear to see that he was just as worried as me. I had to say something. I had to distract the both of us. I am really looking forward to the mountains, man. Me too. Carrie showed me a lot of the pictures, and it looks so nice. But I wonder how it'll be when we're really there. I bet the air will be nice and fresh. It doesn't get too hot. Eugene, that horse you liked so much, what was her name?
Ah, Bluebell. Are we gonna have horses in the mountains too? Rick says we probably will. It'll take some time though, until we'll be able to get them, just like with Rebecca's sheep. You know, if all goes well, you might actually have one to yourself this time. Yeah, I like that. Horses are great animals.
I love all of them, of course. There'll never be another Bluebell, but still. Do you know how to ride? No, not real. Well, it's not that hard. I could teach you some time, maybe. Yeah, that'd be nice. When neither of us could think of anything to say anymore, Riley turned on the radio. There was a slow country song playing, which matched our mood nicely. Having just calmed down from this upsetting incident, it was like everything that had happened up to that point came flooding back into my head. Not only what I had seen when I was with Mia, but everything that had led me up to where I was. It was right then that I couldn't help thinking about Nathan. I had missed him terribly ever since we had broken up. Ever since we had departed, I hadn't thought of him as much, or at least not every second like I had before. We hadn't talked since I had moved out, and I found myself trying desperately to remember his voice. I must have been sitting there like this for hours.
I know that look Riley started upon hearing him speak. Raising a brow, I turned to face him. I couldn't see him right, but he was looking at the road anyway. What from the mirror? It's like you are missing someone. I know what that's like. You want to talk about it. I don't even want to think about it. But please don't take this the wrong way. I'd be glad to talk it over sometime. It's just too new. It's been over for a while now, but I take longer with these things. Maybe I get that, so what? Your missing person was one of the reasons you wanted out too. Well, I guess.
But it's an old one. Hey, would you mind if we stopped for a moment? I really feel like stretching. Sure. And we pulled over to the side of the road. We were still out in the open with no trees or anything else to either side. The sky was particularly dark and clear, and when I put on my glasses, I could see just how many stars were up there. We didn't have a lot of time, but for what it was worth, it was a lovely sight. Riley got out of the car before I did. He groaned loudly, and I was pretty sure I could even hear his back crack as he straightened up. He rounded the truck and then stopped in his tracks. Something wrong? I asked, opening the side door to stick my head out, only to recoil when he pushed it shut again. Don't come out, he babbled.
the volume of his voice, and this sudden rise in its pitch startled me. "I stay right there." "Why?" I leaned over to stick my head out the window instead. This time, Riley placed his palm right up against my forehead and gently but firmly pushed me back in. "Stay there. You don't want to see this," he uttered with a tremor. "Please?" He finally removed his hand and stepped up to the back of the truck. He let out a sharp gasp. "God, no," he whimpered. "No, no, no." I couldn't stay any longer. Against my better judgment, I staggered out of the car to stand beside him. Before I even spotted what he was looking at, I was already hit by a rotten stench. And then I saw it. It was right there on top of the truck bed, standing out even in the darkness, the largest severed head of a white horse. Its eyes were wide open, and they were staring up at us, looking strangely spirited despite their obvious lifelessness. I felt bile rise in my throat, and before I could pull myself together, I doubled over and threw up on the grass. I had to pull myself up on the truck door when I was done. Meanwhile, Riley stood absolutely motionless, like a statue. When I found it in me to look him over properly, I saw a horrified sort of recognition flickering in his eyes. "That's her," he stammered. "It can't be her." "Of course not, but it looks exactly like her." He swallowed audibly. His eyes were rimmed with tears which slowly began to roll down his cheeks. "This isn't happening. Tell me this isn't happening." I took a deep breath, the taste of my sick still fresh on my tongue. "Okay, come on, sit down," I whispered, placing my hand on his shoulder to gently turn him around and lead him to the passenger seat. He plopped down with a whine. "You are okay."
"It'll be okay," I tried to assure him as I leaned over the side to grab my phone from the glove box. "What are you doing?" he asked weakly. "I need to take a picture of these. Last time, I am not sure the others believed us. Blake definitely didn't."
"And I'm not sure about Rick and Meg and I explained as I opened the camera with shaking fingers. I hastily went back around for the photo, only to find the horse's head had disappeared seemingly into thin air. My shoulders dropped. "You have got to be kidding me!" I remember thinking, "It's gone," I confessed, turning back to Riley. "How can it be gone?" he replied. But he didn't get up. "I don't know." I swung myself into the driver's seat. "I'll drive for a while. I am so sorry. Please try to rest if you can." We didn't take off for another while. Instead, I simply sat and thought, hoping for my stomach to settle. Up front, Richard and Carrie had passed us, but seeing as there was nothing off about us being parked there to take an apparent break, they didn't slow down. Finally, Riley seemed to recover a bit. "I don't understand. I am at a loss. I was really trying to explain this all the way, but here is obviously no way that's going to work anymore, and now this, and now this." He shook his head like he was trying to chase the image from his mind. "And I am sorry. I lost my cool. There. I am going to keep it together from now on. I prawn. This was simply too much just now. Do you still want to drive? I think it's better that way. I confirmed. You are right." He pulled his legs up inside the truck. "Keep on your glasses, though." "Sure." The truck sprang to life with a sputter. Apart from being a little slow, I am an all-right driver, so I got us on the road at a throttled tempo. After about half an hour, Riley said something like, "How's this for a hayride?" And that's how I knew that he was back to his old self, at least somewhat. "And do you have any ideas on what any of this means?" I inquired tentatively. "I really don't know. If I had to guess, and not gonna lie, this is based on Richard's story, even though he says it isn't true, that something doesn't want us to reach the mount." "Yes, but why would Richard's made-up legend have anything to do with this? I mean, it doesn't add up." "Nothing adds up here," Riley reminded me. I don't even know anymore. The thing is, how would anyone or anything know about Bluebell? It's like it can read minds or something. Ill, I repeated, drawing the word out. I still can't believe. Here is actually something like this happening to us. If you had asked me before, I would tell you that here is no such thing as, well, any of this. It's insane. It is. The others are going to freak out. But at this point, I am pretty sure they simply ought to hear us out. Well, what do you think we do? Nothing. I have my theories, yes, but in the end, we don't know what's going on, and even so, we shouldn't be changing our plans. I mean, these things we keep seeing aren't real anyway. I am not gonna lie, that just now was terrifying. I am not gonna forget this for a long time, I think, but still it went away. So, as long as these things stay fake, what's imaginary can't hurt me, right? I guess not, I replied, slightly reassured by the improving faith in his voice. So you still want to get to the mountains? He snorted. After all this, I want to get to the mountains more than ever. Do you? Yeah, so do I. Turning back is out of the question anyway, because where would that get us? Just because this started while we were on the road, it doesn't mean it'll stop if we don't go. And it might not even have anything to do with our land at all. Like you said, we don't know. Right. But come on, it has to be about the land. I know Richard made up a story, but it could have come alive or something. Sounds silly, but I am ready to believe anything right about now. But if it did, that wouldn't change our plans. Well, of course not. I am sure the others would want to pull through anyway. We're going to have to tell them what happened soon. Suppose we'll find out how that'll go, but we're going to get there, and we're going to have a fresh start. All of us. We all want this so much. He took a bottle out of his center console, unscrewed it, and took a deep, long swig before letting out a sigh. Everything sucks now, but we'll sort this out. I am sure. I gave him a thankful nod. He definitely knew what I had been wanting to hear, and it felt good to know that even after what we had seen, he was ready to carry on with our journey. If he was, the others would probably be too. Either way, Jordan had been right. Riley definitely did have thick skin. I thought about calling Carrie or someone else from the rest of the caravan to tell them what we had seen, but decided to save it for later. It'd be better for when they weren't in their cars. So we drove on for a while, but Riley fell asleep in the passenger seat. After a few more hours, he woke up and took the wheel so I could get some rest in turn. By the time that we pulled up to our second stop, Riley had woken me up. I was actually feeling pretty refreshed. Nothing like being petrified and alone on some country road to distract you from your life having gone to crap. The second place that Rick had chosen for us to take a break from our journey was a larger truck stop. We were the last members of the caravan to reach it, and the others had already been waiting for us. Thanks for the ride, I told Riley as I opened the door and climbed outside. Oh, my pleasure. Even before I spotted the nervous looks on everybody's faces, I sensed the tension in the air. Something simply felt wrong, and Riley must have noticed it too, as he growled quietly. What now? Under his breath. Carrie was the first one to truly take note of our arrival. She spun around and came rushing towards me, taking my hands in hers, her features derailed with worry. Oh, thank God, you made it. How are you? Is everything all right? Not Rhea, I admitted. Wait, what's happened with you guys? It's Blake. He was riding with Mia and Jordan, and when there was this wooded stretch of the land, they stopped because Jordan had to take a leak. Well, while they were doing that, they figured they might as well get out and stretch their legs, so Mia and Blake got out too, and they all went for a walk. Apparently, they had an argument in the car. so they needed to take some time to cool off. And they went off in different directions. And then, now, you better get the rest from Mia. She quickly squeezed my hands again before letting go and running off somewhere. I shook my head as I went about looking for my 2 other travel buddies. Jordan was sitting on the parking lot sidewalk looking absolutely defeated. Mia was standing next to him. She had taken off her shoes and was walking to and fro barefoot, her lip twitching as though she was talking to herself in her head. She kept shaking her head like she was saying no over and over again. Upon seeing me approach, she looked up with a weak smile. "Hello?" She greeted me, her voice breaking a little. "I see you've made it through your ride with Riley. He's nice. We were okay, except for him. Man, never mind. I'll tell you later."
What happened to Blake? Where is he? Oh, Rick took him to get something to eat somewhere quieter. He's not well after what we saw in the woods. We aren't either, but he's been feeling terrible. We kind of fought for a while in the car back there, but I hope he'll be okay.
So, what happened? Mia motioned me over. She lowered herself down to sit next to Jordan. I crouched down beside her, after we had stopped by the woods, and all got out to move around a little. And it had been sort of steamy with the 3 of us, and Jordan had to relieve himself. So he went off on his own, and so did I, and Blake just marched right into those trees. I was walking alongside the road, and then I suddenly heard one of the guys scream out. I couldn't tell who it was at first, but then I heard Jordan shout Blake's name, and all I could do was try to follow their voices as best I could. It was so dark and I could hardly see anything. But then I bumped into someone. I was so startled that I tripped and fell back. And then I finally saw who I had run into. It wasn't Blake. It was this woman, this girl. But she didn't look right. Mia paused to take a deep breath, rubbing her temples for a couple of seconds. She was merely fumbling for words before finally finding the composure to speak up. She must have been around 18, and for the most part, she was normal. Except her neck was incredibly long. And then, I don't know how she could even hold her head upright, and she was making these horrifying, choking sounds, and it was awful. I tried to crawl away from her, even though she didn't actually move towards me. And then all of a sudden, Jordan picked me up from behind. He and Blake had actually been standing right there the whole time. They had seen the girl too, and that's why Blake had started screaming. He wasn't moving. Actually, he just stood and stared. We tried to get him away from there again. The girl wasn't coming at us, but we were all panicking. We had to grab both his arms and drag him back to the car by force. We stuffed him in there and drove away as fast as we could, and Jordan did his best to calm him down. He was nearly hyperventilating, but then he recovered and calmed down again, at least a little bit. And then he told us about the girl. He freaked out because he sort of used to know her. Well, actually more than that. I am sorry. I want to say this tactfully. T here is not really away. The girl looked like his daughter. Blake's daughter? I repeated blankly. He used to have one, but she's not around anymore. Oh my God. Yeah, Mia muttered, sounding silently choked up. Of course, Blake nearly lost his mind seeing her like this, as she didn't even look human. Her neck was like this twisted insinuation, like a reminder of how she'd, you see what I mean? That's awful. I am so sorry, I muttered. How is he now? He's disturbed, like I said. Sure, he believes us now about that dead guy that we saw yesterday. But honestly, considering his breakdown, I'd rather nothing had happened. Then he would still be saying that we're full of it. Mia groaned softly. I don't understand. I can't believe any of this is actually happening. Ever since we left, it feels like I've been going crazy, like we all are. I know that we ran away from the girl, so we didn't see her disappear, but she obviously couldn't have been Rhea. Wait, but you did bump into her, so that means she was physically there, right? I furrowed my brow. Well, I didn't think about that, she said quietly. What do you think that means? I gave her a quick rundown of what had happened when I had been riding with Riley. So he said that these hallucinations, or whatever they are, might just be frightening. But as long as they weren't really there and they couldn't really hurt us, we'd probably be okay. Well, if that's not true, we might actually be in some trouble here. It's not something that I'd like to think about, but we might need to be prepared for things to get a whole lot worse. How can it get worse, though? I don't know. Life finds a way, it seems, I said. Mia gave me a soft and strained laugh, and then she squeezed my shoulder.
Here, let's go check up on the Uz.
At that point, Richard returned, but without Blake. Instead, Riley was walking alongside him. They appeared to be talking excitedly, and I figured that he was telling them about what we had seen. Rick was nodding occasionally, his hand buried in his salt and pepper hair. There was a somber look on his face. When they had eventually reached us, he patted Riley on the back before turning to address the rest of the group. Now, folks, I hear we've been running into trouble on the road again. It's undeniable at this point that we have some kind of problem on our hands, and I am not going to lie to you. I've never heard of anything like this, let alone experienced it. This isn't a normal situation that we're in, and I want you guys to be all right. This isn't exactly a risk that I considered when I was making my plans for this journey. Now, I know this has been difficult, so I hope none of you have changed your minds about our destination. But if anybody wants to turn back, I totally understand, and I'll pay for whatever tickets you might need if you didn't come with a car. Nah, it's not your fault, Dad, Richard said quietly from beside him, putting a hand on his shoulder, which he gently brushed off. I need you all to be okay, Rick told us. I don't know what's going on, but as soon as we reach the mountains and set up a place to camp, we can figure it out. I am sure. So, are you guys still on board? All of us either nodded or muttered words of agreement. Rick gave us a relieved smile. Well, I am very glad to hear that, people. Blake is still willing to carry on as well. So we're all staying together here. Let's all relax here for a while now and get a grip again, and then we'll head out when it gets dark. Our group dispersed, and I went off to lie down on one of the benches outside. It would have been most likely more comfortable to sleep in one of our cars, but it was way too hot to go back inside. After a couple of hours, Carrie woke me up to tell me that we were all taking a shower at the truck stop. You could get a free shower if you bought a certain amount of fuel. Rick could have easily paid for showers, but he wanted to make us use the stops. A generous offer on behalf of all of us, and it didn't surprise me. You probably have to be at least a bit opportunistic like that to get yourself rich. So, what we did was fill up all the cars at the same pump while keeping it running, so it would all be on one transaction. And then we had Jordan go to the fuel desk to pay and ask for a shower with extra towels. The showers were in single stalls that were locked, and we went in one right after the other, with the couples going in together without closing the door of our stall. It was sort of shady, and it didn't feel completely right, but I couldn't deny that it was a little fun, and it took our minds off of everything. At least, the caravan came out smelling a lot fresher. My mind felt absolutely empty afterwards. We sat down out in the open to dry up, which in the blazing heat didn't take very long. I felt weakened and relaxed at the same time. Do you know that feeling when you are so done with everything that it feels like your brain has gone sort of mushy? Well, that's the mood that I was in. After a while, Blake came back to us as well, and he looked like he had been dragged through hell and back. Look at him, Riley, who was sitting on the ground beside me, whispered in my ear, and I thought the ride had worn me out. I nodded. I really felt awful for the guy, and seeing as even Riley did so after all their fighting, it was safe to say this sentiment was shared by the entirety of the group. And I have to say that it settled in amongst us and we quieted down. No one was sure what to say, so we all collectively decided not to say anything at all. We stayed like that until it was time to leave again. Carrie waved me over. She had already loaded my bags into her car in preparation for me to get in. She seemed really concerned for me. She had always been that way, caring to a fault. We were both only children, so we had treated each other like sisters ever since we could remember. "You really don't want to drive alone with Richard?" I asked. "The last time you went out together, you two got way flirty. Not sure if I want to see that right now." "Hey, you could always take your glasses off," she joked, only to visibly regret it in an instant. "I will behave, please. I just want you around. I'd be way too worried after everything that's happened. I need to know that you are all right." "Fine," I muttered, climbing into the back seat and curling up there. Carrie's and Richard's car was really nice, with seats comfortable enough to pass as mattresses. All I wanted was to take another nap. So that's what I did. I spent the following hours half asleep, breaking out of my haze every now and then to chat with Richard after having gotten Carrie's version of the incident with the girl with a long neck. I had asked for his as well, and despite the two of them being identical, it was good to get the bigger picture. Carrie, Richard, and I didn't talk a lot on the way. We all tried to start up a conversation occasionally, but it never got anywhere. I simply didn't feel like it. I love my cousin, and her husband is a decent guy too, but after what happened with Nathan, it kind of hurt to see them together and what they had in each other. I know that's a petty thing to say, but it's just how I felt at the time. You can't fight these things. Therefore, we drove in relative silence until I suddenly felt a certain urge. "Are we anywhere near a gas station by any chance?" I asked them. "No, sir," Richard replied. "You? Gotta go." "Yes," I replied meekly. I crossed my legs. "I can totally just do it on the side of the road, though." "You mean right here?" Carrie sounded concerned, gesturing at our surroundings. We were driving through woodland again with tall, dark trees to either side. The forest did look a bit intimidating now that she was pointing it out, but still my nature called, in this case in more ways than one. Then Richard pulled over and I climbed out of the car. Carrie stuck her head out of the window after me. "And be careful, then come right back here afterwards." "I'll be fine," I muttered as I trudged off past the tree line, fumbling in my pocket for the handkerchief that I brought. I walked just a little further until I had reached a spot where I was sure they couldn't see me from the car. I did what had to be done, and when I was finished, I got on my way again. The woods were quiet and still, and the distance between me and my companions suddenly felt much longer than before. That's when I heard an odd, high-pitched sound, kind of like a squeaker, a tiny little cry. I turned to see where it had come from, and after looking around for a few seconds, I spotted it. At first glance, it appeared to be a rolled-up heap of cloth, which moved a couple of inches every now and then. It was only when I tentatively approached it that I realized that it was a baby. I stood glued to the spot for a split second. I didn't know what to do at first. What are you supposed to do when you find an infant in the middle of a forest? My head was swimming. For how long had this poor thing been lying there all by itself on the bare ground? Gently shushing in order to keep from startling it, I bent down and carefully picked it up. It felt warm and heavy in my arms. Even in the darkness, I could see its round, bright blue eyes looking up at me. It let out a soft babble when I brushed some leaves and dirt off the blanket that it was wrapped up in with my fiend. "Oh, hey, you," I whispered. "You are okay. I got you." Shy tried to think straight. For one, I was utterly appalled by the idea of someone leaving a kid alone to die. But other than that, I found myself completely overwhelmed. I figured that I would have to take the little one to Carrie and Richard. Maybe they would know what to do. We would probably have to call an ambulance, after all. "Tea. Here."
is no way of knowing how long it had been lying here. I started off in the direction of the car again at a brisk pace, muttering to the baby as I did. Weirdly enough, after around 2 minutes of walking, I still hadn't reached the others. Not even the road was anywhere in sight. The feeling of panic rising. I considered the option of having gotten lost. I cursed inwardly. There really couldn't have been a worse time for that to happen, and I hadn't even brought my phone. Carrie, I shouted out into the darkness. Guys, where are you? No response. I repeated myself a little louder this time, yet still careful not to yell directly at the infant. I kept walking, growing increasingly desperate as there was still no trace of my friends. How is this even possible? I hadn't gone that far into the forest, had I? Sit down. I stopped in my tracks upon hearing the voice. It sounded warped and distorted, kind of like someone talking on a radio with really bad reception. It was high in pitch, almost enough to make my ears ring. Just sit down somewhere and wait for them to find you. Hold on to me. I am all you'll ever have. I stared down at the little bundle in my arms. The thought in itself was bizarre, but it sounded like it was coming from the baby. I couldn't see anything anymore. The forest around me had gotten so dark that even with my glasses on, I was basically rendered half blind. Stay here and hold me. I am what you wanted, right? You'll never have anything like me again. Why not? I don't know why I asked that. My head was completely empty. I was way too confused and afraid to form a single coherent thought. At that point, I should have known none of this was actually happening, but it felt so real, because you are never going to fall in love again, and nobody will ever feel close enough to you to start a family with you. Nobody, after how much of a wreck you become, who would have you anyway. I don't quite know what happened then, but when I came to, I was lying curled up on the forest floor with Carrie's hand on my shoulder. She was saying my name over and over again, gently shaking me. She let out a small gasp when I returned her gaze. Can you see me? Are you awake? Say something, please. And double, here is the baby. The question was out of my mouth before I even registered that my arms were empty. What baby? The baby I found. It was here. It was all alone. Ah, sweetie, there is no baby. Come on, let's get you up. Here we go. She gently placed her arm behind my back, hoisting me into a sitting position before bringing me up to my feet. She guided me back to the car, where she helped me sit down. Have you got her? Richard's voice rang out from behind us. Since he caught up to us, he had apparently been searching in the woods for me too. Yeah, she's here. Oh, thank God. Is she all right? What happened? We stayed by the roadside for a few more minutes. Carrie was dabbing my forehead and cheeks with a wet piece of cloth, wiping the sweat and tears off my face. Eventually, my breathing had returned to normal, and after gulping down 2 bottles of cooled water, the world was finally coming back into focus. I told my cousin what had happened, or at least the better part of it. I tried to fall back asleep until the caravan had arrived at its next stop. It wasn't actually planned, more like a little one in between. After my crisis, Carrie had called Rick and told him that we needed a timeout, so he decided that we would briefly get together at this pull-off next to a small gas station and talk things over. It was that time of night where the sky was at its absolute darkest. When we got out of our cars, fortunately, none of us were too tired, so our minds, except for mine, were still relatively sharp. Rick came over to check on me first thing. He asked me how I was feeling, and if there was anything he could do for me. I asked for some candy from the gas station shop, and surprisingly, he took me quite seriously as he marched right off and came back with various bags of gummy bears. It's on me. Thank you. You really didn't have to. Yes, I do. I don't know why any of this is happening, and it's definitely not what I planned, but I ought to get you guys through this. He let out a deep sigh. At least you are communicating. Blake shut down completely for almost a day there. I don't want that to happen again. I had to hand it to him. He really seemed to care about us. After our conversation, I sat down by myself on the ground next to Riley's truck, eating gummy bears and staring at the sky while the others were talking about our shared problem. I felt too drained to be a part of the discussion. Eventually, it was time to depart again, and Riley came trudging up to me, scratching his beard as he gave me a sympathetic look. I lazily raised my head to meet his gaze, nodding at the truck behind me and making a questioning noise. Words would have been too much of an effort. He seemed to get it that way. Sure, I am heading there. He walked around to get in the driver's seat. No conversation needed, because I like that, and with that we were off. When the sun began to rise, I was starting to feel a lot better. We were driving mostly uphill now. The woods turned into plains and dried out grasslands. We would reach the mountains soon. So when you guys were talking earlier, did you get anywhere? Yuck. Rick came in with a plan, or rather his safety measures. He wants to buy us some guns, and it's all based on what you said to Mia earlier, that these hallucinations have a physical form. The time for shyness on our side is over. If it has a body, we can hurt it. We all agreed that it was getting extremely personal, too. What? What with Blake's daughter and you being scared that you'll never have a fammy? I'm not sure why you had to spread that around. You really care about that now? I mean, yes, it's kind of intimate, but we may need to give up on privacy if we want to figure this out. Besides, I told you about Bluebell. That's different. Why? Because it's only about a horse. No, mine's embarrassing, T. Here is a difference between having lost something or someone important to you and being afraid that you'll never have anything like it at all. Plus, I've been feeling so sorry for myself since the breakup. I didn't even want to stay in the car with Richard and Carrie just because I can't see happily married people right now. How pettily miserable is that? Riley patted the steering wheel and thought, all right, hear me out. So, I am a divorcee. I got married to my high school sweetheart, and she got pregnant. We were both really young, but I was looking forward to being a father. Turns out the kid wasn't mine. We split up, and then the real father went and got engaged to her. And for all I know, they're still together. Raising that kid at the time, I was crushed. I'd see them every now and then, and that hurt so bad, the thoughts that it gave me too. It got to the point where I was so angry and bitter that I despised everybody who was in a better place than me. So I got myself out of there. I started working at a ranch far away, and for a while, it wasn't just my work and me. It changed me. I didn't feel like anything was missing anymore. I started dating again, too. Sure, my plans for life had changed completely, but that didn't make me any less happy. I never thought that I would be fine on my own, but here I am on my way to the mountains, and that one thing from my past that's really haunting me is a dead horse. What are you saying? You will have a family of your own someday, I am sure. But even if you don't, you'll find some other thing that'll make you happy, and you are right on the brink of your own new start right now. You might not want to hear it, but I just want you to think about that if it's any help at all. Actually, I think it is. I gave him a genuine smile. Thank you. And then, all of a sudden, I had an idea. It was sort of outlandish, and I didn't know what to make of it at all, but it was something. Riley, you know how it's Blake, Mia, and Jordan who are the only ones who really have those encounters. No, Richard and Carrie saw something on my truck bed just before we...
Yes, exactly. Okay, think about this. Except for maybe the old naked man, these images were all connected to our past. Like something that we're more or less trying to get away from by doing this trip. Richard and Carrie, they're not really going to the mountains for a fresh start. They only want to go there for the sake of it. So, when they saw the thing on the truck, maybe it was an illusion. He hummed, looking deeply focused, and keep talk. Oh, here is more. But when we had started driving and I was with Mia, she thought that she looked like this weird animal on the road for only a split second. And you saw something clinging to the roof of the SU. So, what you are saying is this thing. This little creature is what's doing this. But how? Richard's the one who loves supernatural stuff. But have you ever read about shapeshifters? Hag. Presenting my theory to Riley, he urged me to call Richard and Caroline right away. Upon answering my call, Carrie slurred a tired, bored hello into her cell phone. But when she noted the agitation in my tone, she perked up considerably. Remember that thing you saw sitting on the truck bed? I asked eagerly. What did it look like again? I glanced over at my driver. That sounded about right. Well, it looked a little more like a person to me, but now that I think about it, yeah, I guess so. But his voice was light with both disbelief and the excitement of realization. I quickly explained that we had figured out that there was this creature that we were looking for, and then we thought it had been stalking us ever since we left the city. Richard, anything you might know about that sort of thing? You are the folklore nerd, Riley shouted into the phone from beside me. What? Riley? He shouted again, right into my ear. They ring a bell, but I don't know of any lanterns to misguide travelers. Normally, they're said to be caused by fairies or ghosts, so I am not sure if that's really what we've got here. But the traveling party misleading? Of course. A shapeshifter is something else, but it might be comparable. So what we know so far is it's small and hunched, looks faintly like a person, and has somehow access to our most painful memories. I said, I am not really sure. Richard replied, all right, maybe take care. I ended the call with a sigh. This feels like it's going to be useful somehow. Might help us if we do have to shoot this out. Speaking of which, I paused and nervously cleared my throat. I've never ever held a gun before. I've got no idea how to handle one. I don't think it would come to that. Wouldn't want to give a firearm to the girl who never wears her glasses and just keep your eyes on the road. And when we arrived at the next stop, the caravan had agreed upon, the sun had already passed its highest point in the sky and was about to start to set. As the truck slowly rolled up to the yellowish-green patch of grass the others had already gathered on, we climbed outside. Upon noticing our arrival, Rick waved us over, and we all formed somewhat of a crude circle around him. Ladies and gentle, he began, sounding both tired and determined at the same time. Let us cut to the chase. Who of you was confident in their skills with weapons? Rebecca shrugged and raised her hand. Riley mumbled, a little, I guess. Mia did the same, followed by Blake. Rick nodded. All right. Very good. That's the 5 of us if we count ourselves. Once we go back into groups, there should always be one person with a gun so they can have the others' backs. I've gotten us enough. They're not top-notch, but they'll do the trick. Richard, if there is something that you wanted to tell us too. Right, his son spoke up, clearing his throat, and Emily came up with this theory on what we're looking for. So I've been trying to figure out what exactly this thing is. I can't say that I know this for sure, but I did remember a pretty obscure legend that would match this one to a fault. Alright, so to here is this dwarfish humanoid spirit that has the ability of taking on different shapes and forms, just like ours. It can get into the minds of the people it focuses on, and it'll use what it sees to frighten them out of its settled territory. It's not a mind reader, but it can use certain memories. And this is where it gets interesting. Remember the ghost story that I made up for you guys? Of course, that was only me trying to be funny, but I might have been on the right track anyway. These creatures don't mark their haunts, but they do live in determinate spots, and they're very defensive of them. Our land could really be the home of one of these things. I imagine that it spotted us at some point, since Dad, Carrie, and I kept coming there to check out the place, and it must have attached itself to us, and it's probably been following us until it realized that we were getting ready to go there together, so then it decided to make its move. I've heard of this thing a couple of years ago, and I forgot about it for a long time. A buddy of mine who's pretty crazy about folklore told me. I don't think he had a name for it. That way, the problem is, this shivers has already shown us some twisted stuff that's meant to make us uneasy, so it's probably only going to get worse from here. It'll try to keep us away from our land, and I am sure it'll give it all that it's got. If we thought that the old naked guy was bad, we're not going to like what this thing might come up with once it grows desperate, and it most likely will once it realizes we're not gonna stalk. Richard ended his explanation with a sigh. So what's the plan exactly? The next time we see something creepy, we shoot at it. Pretty much what I had in mind, Richard answered in a dry tone. Maybe that won't work at first, and maybe it won't kill it. But it's probably not gonna like it either. We shoot to get it off our backs, and if we don't manage to get rid of it, we'll have to deal with it when we reach the mountains. We need to off it one way or another, and the sooner the better, before things get truly out of hand. Then again, we know that it doesn't like people, so it'll stay away from us when we're all together like this, down the road. That's not possible, of course, but it'll be a benefit for us if we need to confront it in the mountains. It's not gonna grant us safe passage. Mia said. She took the gun handed to her by Rick. So, basically, we keep driving and wait for it to attack again now, so we can defend ourselves. Basically, yes. I know that it'll be nerve-wracking, but it's all that we can do. We all nodded, resigned. This will be a long night, won't it? Hey, Emily. Are you coming along with us for the final part of the drive? I rode with Mia and Jordan. Rick and Megan stayed together, and Rebecca joined Richard and Carrie, leaving Blake and Riley as a reluctant team once again. I spent the remaining time washing my hair with shampoo and bottled water, which is not at all easy. At least it got dry in no time. The pull-off gave us the chance to freshen up and quickly buy some more supplies, mostly snacks, candy, water, and coffee, before we all got ready to depart once more. Getting back into Mia's SUV, I was feeling a little giddy. We were almost there, and yet this whole trip still felt like kind of a fever dream. Where'd you learn to shoot? I asked Mia. My mother taught me. She did it for sport, only at targets. I was pretty good at it too. It's been some time, but I think I can handle it just fine. Only it'll feel different actually shooting at something well. I allowed myself to smile. Her confidence was heartening, and Jordan, however, remained visibly uncomfortable. Medpun, we heard it. Did you think it might try to do something to us too? I mean, it hasn't gotten violent yet, to all things considered. I don't know if I want to see it go into a frenzy. Richard didn't say anything about that, did he? I don't think it'll be able to do a lot of physical harm, I remarked. If it could, it would simply do that instead of tormenting us mentally. But what if it just doesn't do that because it wants to get rid of us the peaceful way? Mia laughed bitterly. This thing has been making a mockery of a man's dead daughter. Blake almost lost his mind when he saw it. If that's its idea of a peaceful way, I don't want to know what it thinks is outright war. Why are you scared of hurting it? I asked. Well, I don't know. Maybe we should really leave it alone. We're taking a huge risk here, perhaps, but this is our land now. It's my future and my new start. I am not going to let some goblin get between me and that. Mia told him with a seriousness that left no room for doubt, and neither should you. This is your shot at leaving the gross, smelly city. Remember? Jordan seemingly agreed, nodding as he drew himself up, nestling further into a seat. I looked over at him, mustering a reassuring smile.
Or at least what I was hoping to be one. I am creeped out too, I said quietly. We'll see this through, though. Okay. Jordan puffed out his chest a little, looking slightly more at ease. I thought of how he had been acting at the start of our trip. I missed that outgoing, spunky side of his.
I never had an older brother, but with his teasing and joking around, Jordan had somehow made me feel what it might be like to have one. I hoped that he would return to his normal self soon. We drove on for hours and hours, but it didn't feel like much time was passing as I watched her staring at the road ahead, a small, serene smile playing on her lips. Mia turned on the radio and hummed along with the music. Her gun was resting safely in the glove compartment. Suddenly, she perked up. "You guys, look! Look up ahead!" I scrambled to put on my glasses. Both Jordan and I leaned forward as far as we could to gaze outside through the windshield. When I saw what Mia had been pointing out, I thought, oh, at last. There, right before us, the road moved up steeply to climb a very large hill, and in the distance behind it, enormous mountainous peaks that were silhouetted against the dark sky. "Is that it?" I asked. "Are we almost there?" "I think so, but they're still far away," Mia replied. "They seem so close, though," I muttered, "because they're huge." Jordan replied, stifling a chuckle, "Yeah, that may be it." That was the last thing I said before taking my glasses off again and contentedly settling back down to fall asleep. I woke up to the sound of tires screeching. I was shaken and tossed about on my seat. The SUV came to a very sudden halt. Jordan was pressed up against me, shaking me by the shoulder, letting out a whimper to signal my conscious state. I brushed off his hand and began to grope about for my glasses, regretting having laid them aside. "What's going on?" I murmured groggily, finally finding them and placing them atop my nose. "Riley's gone." He had to say no more than that to send me into a momentary state of shock. "What?" I breathed. He had to stop, because Riley needed to pee. But Blake turned away, and in the next thing that he knew, he had disappeared. I was suddenly extremely aware of a familiar heaviness mooling in the pit of my stomach. I stared at Jordan, mouth agape, but listening as he explained, and Blake called Rick first, right after it had happened, and then the rest of us. We all came back to where he had vanished as fast as we could, and we're here now. This is where they had stopped. I am sorry. I should have really woken you up right away. He ran both hands through his hair, wiping the sweat off his forehead in the same motion. Come on. We need to get out. He didn't have to tell me twice. I hastily climbed out of the car, finding myself in a wide meadow with the edge of a forest nearby. The other members of the caravan had parked crisscross all over the grass, and they were staggering towards each other with worried looks on their faces. Jordan and I rushed to join them, Mia right behind us. There wasn't much to be said, and even Rick kept things brief when he shouted his commands out to the lot of us. Here is no time to lose. We look for him in those woods. It's hardly been 10 minutes since he's been gone. He can't be that far. Blake, take Jordan along with you. The rest, stay in your groups. Carrie and I exchanged unnerved glances before we all scattered, heading for different parts of the woods. The bright morning sun made it easy for us to look around as we repeatedly shouted for Riley. I yelled so loudly that my throat was already beginning to feel sore,
After only a couple of minutes, Mia and I made way deeper and deeper into the forest, growing increasingly desperate and disturbed with every moment that passed without us finding him. And then, all of a sudden, there came a response from somewhere between the trees. Guys. Mia and I both spun around to find Riley step out from the thicket, brushing some dirt off of his pants. I let go of a deep, sharp breath. Where were you? Are you okay? I had to go number 2, okay? Sorry. I didn't speak up when I heard you guys shouting. I had no idea that you were looking for me. I didn't exactly want you around for it. He gave us an awkward grin. I know we're all on edge right now, but I figured I could slip away for I don't know, 15 minutes without everybody going into a panic. I stifled an angry growl. Dude, what the heck did you expect? We thought that thing dragged you off somewhere. All right, I'm really sorry. He soothingly raised his hands. Thanks, though, for worrying. I just didn't think about it. It won't happen again. Mia shook her head in suppressed fury. A dear spat her not. Come on, let's go back. Rick isn't going to be happy. You know what? Stop acting like a little kid. Well, we ought to put you on a leash now. She let out an exasperated sigh, brushing a stray strand of dark hair out of her face as she turned on her heel. Just as Riley was about to follow her, I found myself reaching out to grab him by the wrist. I barely registered doing it until he turned to me with a questioning look on his face. Emily? He asked. I didn't respond. I just held his gaze. Here is something wrong. He tried again. Are you no better than this? I said, I know. I really do. Again, I am sorry. No, I interrupted him. Are you literally no better than this? Why wouldn't you just tell Blake before running off into the forest? He cleared his throat, tilting his head. Yeah, I should have. I tightened my grip on his lower arm. Ad called out, nervous. Yes, she replied in a little voice. I was unable to break Riley's gaze, but I heard a small clicking noise, unmistakably coming from a gun. What the heck are you doing? Riley asked. I hope I am right with this, because if not, it'll be very embarrassing later. But I really don't think that you are him, I replied. So where is he? Riley opened and shut his mouth, shaking his head and nervously growling. I don't know what to tell you. I am really not. I found him. All 3 of us whirled around in the direction the cry had come from. Carrie and Richard were approaching us from the right, the latter supporting a half-conscious Riley, sporting what would probably turn out to be a glorious shiner sooner rather than later. They stopped upon spotting the second version of him in our midst. There was no need for anyone to explain. They understood the moment they laid eyes upon the imposter. That same instant, I realized that the arm in my grip was slimming, like the flesh and bones were rapidly shrinking down to form a much thinner, shorter version of the limb. Before I could adjust my grab, the other Riley had torn away from me, and within a mere split second, the rest of his body underwent a similar transformation, and before I knew it, a very short person was crouching on the ground before me. However, I could barely get a peek at it before it took off into the forest, letting out a warped, ear-piercing shriek as it darted away. It's getting away! Carrie cried out. Mia thought differently. Get him back to the others! She bolted already, having started to run in the same direction as the creature. Here, Emily, you are coming with me. And together, we began chasing after the thing. We already couldn't see it anymore, but we had a rough idea of where it had gone. You still have your gun, right? I called over to her. Yeah, she panted. Can you see the thing? Due to my hard breathing and the humidity, my glasses had fogged up a little, and, for the moment, I couldn't see much of anything. No, just keep going, I yelled back at her as I took my glasses off and was still running,
and scrambled to try and wipe them off using my shirt. I am right behind you. To make a long story short, we lost sight of the shoeshifter. We came to a halt in the middle of the clearing, exhausted and nearly out of breath. Dengi, Mia Histaba, I can't believe this. Come on, let's head back. I am sorry for slowing you down, I muttered. No matter, it won't be the last that we see of it. Reuniting with the caravan, we found the others had been awaiting us. They had already gotten the rundown of what had happened from Richard and Carrie, and Mia regretfully informed them that we hadn't managed to catch up with the shashifter. Riley was sitting on the open bed of Rick's giant truck, Rebecca standing behind him. He was not a pretty sight. His eye had already begun to swell, and there was a small laceration on his upper lip, and his nose was bleeding. Rebecca was busy handing him fresh tissues every now and again. I walked up to the two of them and greeted them with a wave. "Hey," I said softly. "How you doing?" "Riley." He let out a pitiable groan as he lifted his head to look at me with only one healthy eye. I'm okay," he groaned. "That little guy busted my lip, and I sincerely hope my face will stop leaking soon. Your nose isn't broken, is it?" "No. Feels whole, but it keeps on dripping. Look at this here." He removed another deeply red tissue from his nose to replace it with a new one. "This is going to be interesting now. I've never had a black eye before. As for the lip, but scars are considered hot." "Right. Total eye?" I said with a smile. At least this time we could be sure that it was really him. So what happened back there? I don't know. I was standing there going about my business and then got hit over the back of the head. I got really dizzy and fell down, and then it hit me in the face some more and dragged me off into the dirt back there. And oh crap, that hurts. Rebecca replaced his tissue once again. "So you didn't get it, did you?" "No, lost it in the woods." "Well, no worries, it'll come back." "Well, most like. Not for now," Richard chimed in, "but it'll definitely try something again in the next chance that it gets." He and the others had grouped up around us, looking solemn and more than a little shaken. "So where do we go from here?" Rebecca asked. "Any plans in particular?" "Well, I think we should try and drive the last stretch without taking any breaks. We really shouldn't stop and risk splitting up again. Once we're up in those mountains, it can't really get us by ourselves anymore. It'll be less of a threat then. So, the next time that we take it on, we gotta do it together," Richard replied. "What do you guys think?" "That sounds good to me," Rick said. "Does everybody have enough supplies?" "I still have some snacks and cooled water over here, which I'd be happy to part with just in case anybody needs them. Getting there shouldn't be a problem. It's not too long anymore." Carrie assured him. "Well, good so. Once we're there, we should start searching its hideout straight away. We'll all be tired, but we can't risk setting up camp and sleeping there with that thing still roaming around." Rick looked around the group, receiving nods of affirmation in response. "All right then. So, if you can get rest during the ride, please do, and get yourselves fueled up, everyone. And speaking of fuel, we all have enough gas, correct? All right, great. Let's all stretch our legs a little bit and then take off again. After this, only stop if it's absolutely necessary, and you need to call us before you do. No one goes off on their own. Not after that." "How high?" "Do you play here?" "All right. Let's say 15 minutes. We all walked off, mostly to and fro movement just for the sake of it. After a few hours of sitting in the same place, you really don't feel your butt anymore, and I had learned to appreciate these little breaks immensely. Just before we got ready to depart for the final time, Carrie approached me with an almost wistful look on her face. "So, this is it," she said, "though we're almost there." "Yeah,
It seems so. Are you nervous about the Skishefte? Yes. About the mountains now? Caroline smiled. That's the same. No one's ever going to believe us how we got here, you know. Just imagine us telling this story to our folks. They'll think that we're full of crap. She shook her head, letting out a high-pitched laugh. It sounded uneasy, but amused, nevertheless. She then reached out, offering both her hands to me. When I took them, she squeezed mine like she always did. I am very happy that you came along. It means a lot to have you here. Well, thanks. I am glad that I came. Even after all this. Even after all this. I confirmed. Okay then, she replied. Letting go of my hands, she grinned and poked at the side of my glasses. Let's get you where you don't have to wear those anymore. Our departure was stern and stoic. Mia reluctantly made way for Jordan in the driver's seat, sitting down in the back with me instead. She was simply too tired to keep going herself, as reaffirmed by the bags under her eyes and her constant yawning. Once she had gotten herself comfortable, she pretty much fell right asleep. Whether it was Jordan's style, or perhaps the agitation still clinging to him, he drove slightly faster and less smoothly than Mia. Not that it was a problem as long as he didn't run us into anything. I figured the quicker that we made it to the mountains, the better. From time to time, I would turn around to look out the rear window to see if there was anything following us. But all that I would ever spot was the occasional glimpse at another car of the caravan. The air had gotten a lot cooler and fresher than it had been back when we were as far away from the city. The changing climate was palpable, and our surroundings reflected that the stretches of grassland that we would pass weren't dried out anymore, and rainwater had pooled in the depressions in the road. I watched as the mountains came closer and closer with every mile the caravan advanced. Jordan was humming to himself. His spirits were higher than before now that our destination was within plain sight. We are almost there, I remarked, my voice lowered in order to avoid waking up Mia. Yeah, I suppose I still can't believe it, Rhea. Me neither, I can't wait. He gave me a quick smile in the rearview mirror. Yeah, we're gonna make this work. I was scared earlier, and, I guess I still am, but I think that it'll be fine once we take care of our little problem. It was perfect timing. Just as those words had left his mouth, a gravelly, distorted howl came from somewhere behind us. My heart sank, but only for a moment. Now, I looked over at Jordan to find that his face had hardened. There was a steely determination in his eyes, and he gave me a wry grin. I guess it's on then. Do not slow down. We've talked about this. Keep going. Don't stung. I told Jordan, twisting around to look at the window. Relax. I got this. Can you see it anywhere? No, but to here is Blake and Riley right behind us. They're speeding and they must have heard it too, but we'll stay calm. To here is not much that it can do. It's only trying to creep us out. Well, it's working, I muttered. Yeah, I know. I hate that thing's voice. He shuddered. We gotta keep driving either way. Just ignore it. Maybe see if you can fall asleep like Mia. Rick did tell us to rest after all. I shook my head, leaning back in my seat and pressing my cheek against the glass of the window on my side. I wouldn't be able to get my eyes shut like this. I was far too anxious. I stared off outside, watching the planes rush by as we passed them, and while Mia snored beside me, the caravan was moving at a uniformly brisk pace, which had kept up even after the howl that we had heard had faded further into the backs of our minds. The road had continuously been taking us uphill, and I knew that we were getting closer now. I watched the sky turning red, the sun set, and finally nightfall through my little window. Somehow I forgot all about mountains, and distances, and shapeshifters, until suddenly I noticed that the car was growing slower and slower until it rolled to a gentle stop. Here we are,
Made it in one pea, Jordan announced dryly as he rolled his shoulders and stretched his arms, preparing his most likely sore muscles for the effort of climbing out of the SUV. Are you all right back there? I am good, I replied. I couldn't help but notice that I sounded surprised. Okay, wake up, Mia, and then let's get to it. I nodded and leaned over to squeeze her shoulder, shaking her until she blinked and opened her mouth to yawn. Upon opening the door, I was greeted by a waft of clear, cool air. I greedily sucked it in with nothing but this sweet underlying scent of wood and grass that carried along with it. In the city, the air only ever smelled and felt like that right after it had been raining. I placed my feet on the ground and proceeded to shift my weight onto them with some difficulty. My butt was larger than ever, and upon stretching, my back let out a few cracks in protest. I looked around. We truly were at the foot of a very large mountain, though when I say at its foot, it doesn't mean that we were level with the ground. The caravan had made its way up the hills that almost seemed to form an entrance to an enormous peak. From where I was standing, I could gaze down to see the lights of more than 3 towns in the distance far below us. From the looks of it, the land that Rick had purchased included a large, wide plain. I'd call it a lowland, but considering the height that we were at, that would probably be an insult to the place. Anyway, it was on the edge of that plain that we had parked. We're all presently crawling out of our cars like bugs from a damp and dark basement. Oh wow, this is the mountains, welcome. At the familiar voice of Riley, it caused me to whirl around. He had walked up to me from behind without me noticing, but for what it was worth, he himself appeared to be wholly occupied with his surroundings, and taking in the view with one wide eye, and a second that swollen up a slightly narrowed eye. Eventually, he turned to face me. It's nice here, isn't it? I merely nodded. A knot in my stomach had begun to feel heavy with the dread of pooling in its pit again. He was right, though. The mountains were nice. In fact, they might have been the prettiest thing that I had ever seen, but it was difficult to hold on to that admiration and enjoy it, while also knowing that there was something lurking in these parts that had not only been stalking and terrorizing our group, but also attempting to infiltrate us, noticing my discomfort. Riley placed his hand on my shoulder, and I raised my eyes to him once more. What do you think it would have done if it had gotten away with pretending to be you back there? I asked. My voice sounded hollow even to myself. I don't know, he swallowed. You think it would have killed us, or tried to, at least. I just can't stop thinking about what it might have been planning. Maybe it wanted to pick us off one by one, and once we had gotten back out onto the road, imagine that thing getting in the car with Blake. They would have been all alone. Riley sighed. But you are right, bud. I am not sure what to tell you. You best stop whacking your head about it. You are only scaring yourself. And besides, the important thing is that it didn't come to that. You found it outright. I guess, but I won't take credit for that. It tried to lie its way through, but what it said didn't make sense. So, it wasn't all that good of a disguise. Yeah, but see, that's actually pretty great. We didn't let it trick us back there. I mean, we won't let it trick us now, granted that it tries anything at all. The thing is, that stunt it pulled with you was probably just something it came up with on the fly. It happened spontaneously. Now it saw you pull over and decided to simply make a move, I suppose. I'm afraid that it might have had time to think now, I explained. Look, we'll see all about that, all right? No, you are scaring yourself. It'll be fine, I am sure. I just have that feeling. He squeezed my shoulder again and gave me a wide, reassuring smile, which he apparently regretted, seeing as he winced and pressed a finger to the cut on his lip. Taking note of Rick, waving us over, we walked up to him. What little confidence my chat with Riley had given me rapidly faded when I saw our leader's expression. With those stern eyes, Rick gave each of us a once-over as if trying to assess if there was an imposter among us this time as well. Once he was satisfied, he motioned for us to come closer, and for a second I thought he wanted to initiate a team huddle. Thankfully, it didn't come to that. "My friends," he began, his voice lowered even deeper than normal, "I was hoping to introduce you to this place under more cheerful circumstances. The troubles that we faced on the road were entirely unforeseen, and for that I am sorry. Aside from that, however, I would still like to welcome you all to your new home as formally as our situation allows. I couldn't be happier to have you all here with me." His face softened considerably as once again his eyes roamed the crowd fondly this time, and he looked genuinely grateful and relieved. "We do need to take care of the issue at hand first. You all know what needs to be done." Rick paused, searching our features for any signs of approval. I nodded, and so did Jordan, and the others gave murmured words of agreement. Rick smiled mirthlessly before carrying on. "I thank you. I appreciate that now. I've thought about how to proceed, and I believe it would be best if we were to split up into 3 groups, 2 or 3 people, and one with 4. That way, it will be too many for it to get bold and try to attack. We make sure T hears a gun in every team, and then we go search the area. I don't know how far up into the mountains, or how far down we might need to go, so I would like for one group to go down, another one to go up, and the third one to look here. If anyone finds anything, let the rest know right away, and then we'll all go there." Once again, quiet murmurs of agreement followed. I turned to look over at Ryan. "Can I come with you? You are good for my nerves." Sure, I figured. He popped out his chest, looking pleased with himself. Tao was always good with Bluebell when she got skittish. "You realize he's saying that you remind him of a horse." "Right," Blake chimed in. "So you are with us. I guess that's for the best for you. It'll be twice the security. Not saying you need it, but from what I heard, you kind of do." There was a bit of a condescending tone to his voice. I hated agreeing with him, but he undeniably had a point. I am good at a lot of things, but wandering around in the dark isn't one of them even with my glasses on. I was sort of night blind, so if there'd be something small and fast coming at me, I most likely wouldn't see it until it would be too late. I sighed and nodded. "Yeah, I guess it'll be better." "Okay, then let's do this. Let's go, Rick. We'll be searching the plane," Blake shouted out, and Rick gave him an acknowledging wave. He then went to grab a large, heavy-duty flashlight from one of his bags in Riley's truck, which he handed to me upon his return. "You light the way." I fumbled around for the switch on the torch, and upon turning it on, it cast a bright beam of light that cut sharply through the darkness. "I have it. I am red," I muttered. "So, where would a thing like that hide?" Riley asked. "Well, if I had to guess, I'd say a cave or a burrow, something like a rabbit hole. I know our shapeshifter isn't an animal, but it's reclusive, so it's going to want to stay somewhere that no one goes." I thought aloud, and we should start looking over there at the edge of the plain, where it kind of breaks off and meets with the mountain. If T hears caves here, I think they'd be there. Afterwards, we can still look for any holes that it might have dug. I pointed the flashlight at the spot that I described. "All right. Good thinking," Blake said, "but no one talks from now on. It might hear us coming either way, but we should still keep it down." And with that, we headed for the far side of the plain. It was about a 10-minute walk until we were standing in front of the mountain and gazing up at it. It almost seemed to melt into the night sky. I let the beam of light travel the rough, rocky wall as we began walking alongside it. I stayed between the 2 men, always a little behind them. I had been wearing my glasses for a long time at that point, causing a throbbing pain to form behind my forehead and eyes.
Guys, I'm gonna take my glasses off for a few minutes, I announced in a hushed and nervously breathy voice.
Do you sure? We're all with you, looking for caves and holes here. I know. Try to keep me from falling into anything if you can. But I really need to. My head's killing me. I slid them off my nose and held them out to a much blurrier looking Riley. Put them in your pocket, please. He nodded, taking them from me and stowing them away somewhere in his shirt. I looked around, giving my new surroundings a tentative once-over. Here, I couldn't see much of anything anymore, but for some reason, I liked it. I could walk just fine, seeing as all I had to do was stay close to Riley and Blake, and the ground was flat and even. So, there wasn't much I could have tripped on, so it's working. I remember thinking we kept searching along the side of the mountain until suddenly, after about 20 minutes, Riley said, "Hey," and pointed at the spot up ahead of us that looks like a cave right there. I couldn't see it properly and was about to shine the flashlight at it, but Blake stopped me. "Don't. We don't know what's in there. It could be our stalker or maybe some animal. She better stay here and wait. The two of us are gonna go." He took the flashlight from Riley. "Wait," I hissed. "I'd get back here. It'll only be a moment," Riley whispered. "It will just go up there and take a look inside, and then come back and call the others." "Okay, that's all. We're not leaving you here." "Fine, but her." I urged them, gesturing for the two men to get going. I watched them march off, or rather, what little I could still see of them. I could have asked for my glasses back before they left, but that only came to mind when they were already heading to the cave entrance. I was left standing alone in the darkness, with only the insects chirping in the grass to keep me company. After about 2 minutes, I took a couple of cautious steps up to the rock wall and leaned against it. After another 5, I sat on the ground. I was beginning to get worried. Hadn't they said they only wanted to take a quick peek inside? Picking up a low rustling noise in the bushes a little off to my right, I turned my head. Of course, I couldn't see a thing, but I still tried to make out the source of the sound until giving up and deciding that it had to be a small critter. But then, finally, I heard footsteps approaching, though not from the direction of the cave. I jumped to my feet immediately on high alert. "Who's there?" I shouted out. For a few seconds there was no answer. All I could hear was my own heartbeat, and then, eventually, it came. "It's just me." It's strange hearing your own voice. I've always thought that it was intriguing to hear what I sound like to others, so whenever I send people audio messages, I play them back for myself to listen to. That's how I know my own voice. If it weren't for that, I am not sure if I would have recognized it right away. But I did, and froze on the spot. My mind raced, but I knew what was going on. There was only one way that this was happening after all. My thoughts were confirmed when a person appeared right in front of me. A woman, blurry like everything else, but recognizable nonetheless. Her dark red sweater, her black leggings, and those flashy white sneakers were just like mine. I even briefly glanced down at myself to check. This was a weird situation. I didn't know what to say or do, but to have this thing impersonate me, it could only mean one thing. It wanted to make its way into our group again, and to do that, it would have to get rid of me first. "Don't you dare come any close," I began, somehow managing to muster up some courage for my voice to sound firm, as though egged on by my demand. The other me took a step towards me, and then another, trying to get some distance between us. I pressed myself up against the rock behind me, but that didn't keep it from closing in on me, and I didn't have a choice. I wasn't going to wait for it to attack. Grating my teeth, I lunged at it, but the thing simply stepped aside. I nearly tripped and fell, but caught myself just in time before I could turn around. However, I felt a cold hand wrap around the back of my neck, or rather, my own fingertips digging into my skin. I let out a pained whine as it forced me onto my knees. I struggled in its grip, trying to get a hold of its arms or land a punch somewhere, but I couldn't. It was still behind me, and while I wasn't sure how it was planning on subduing me, I didn't want to wait and find out. Instead, I took a deep breath, filling my lungs with air, before letting out the loudest, most ear-piercing shriek of my entire life. It lasted for several seconds, and even the creature seemed stunned by it. I began to scream for Riley and Blake, blindly thrashing around in the creature's arms until it let go of me, and I tumbled down onto all fours. Brushing myself off and rising to my feet, I suddenly became aware of rapid footsteps approaching and a bright flashlight beam illuminating myself and the imposter. "Ah," Blake growled as he handed the torch to Riley and reached for his gun. "All right, ladies, and neither of you move. You shouldn't have left me here." The creature spoke up. It sounded convincingly upset, and I felt a chill run down my spine. "Oh, thank God. You came back in time." "No, that's the fake one," I protested, pointing at the other me. "I was sitting right there, and it was hiding in the bushes, and then it came out, and it looked like me. You have to believe me." Blake and Riley stepped a little closer to one another. I couldn't make out the looks on their faces, but they seemed to be whispering to one another. "I am Emma. I try it again. I am the real one. I swear to God. I found myself at a loss for words. I mean, what was I supposed to say? How could I ever prove to them that I was telling the truth? They hadn't seen the creature come out and attack me, and now that they were here, the imposter wouldn't try to get rid of me again. But if Riley and Blake would end up thinking that I wasn't the real one, well, they wouldn't have to. I was thinking feverishly, perhaps persuading them by sharing some personal knowledge that would be useless. This she-stifter had access to our memories, maybe even some very recent ones. There was a chance that it would know whatever I knew and try to do the same. Blake and Riley would most likely not give it credence either way. I was beginning to grow desperate. "Shoot it already," the other Mimi snapped at the man. "Hurry before it starts running away again. Just shut up, both of you," Blake shouted, and I detected a hint of fearful confusion in his voice. He leaned over to Riley again. The latter had tucked the flashlight under his arm and was fidgeting with something that I couldn't see. They murmured amongst themselves again, and I restlessly shifted my weight from one foot to the other, my hands shaking and my lip quivering. Meanwhile, the imposter stood unmoved, cold, and confident, keeping up a facade of seething anger. "Hurry," she urged them. "Please." "Yeah, okay," Riley replied, his tone resigned. He took a few steps towards us, and at first I felt a spark of hope, until he took a sharp turn towards me, grabbed my arm, and twisted it behind my back. I let out a high-pitched whimper. "Please don't." I uttered, my voice shaking. "It's me. It's really me." I felt hot tears start to roll down my face. This was it. He didn't believe me. He would shoot me. Riley would actually shoot me. And then, suddenly, I felt his breath on the side of my face. "Relax. I know, he whispered, puzzled. I tried to turn to look at him, but even though he was close, I couldn't make out his expression through the veil of my tears. And then I heard the gunshot, followed by that ungodly, ear-piercing howl. Then Riley let go of me in an instant, and I spun around to find Blake standing over the figure that seemed to bend and shrink, its bones cracking audibly as it writhed on the ground. He shot it again, and again, and again, and the creature's spasms grew stronger and more agonized. It wasn't trying to flee. It seemed to be unable to. It was still alive, though way too alive. "Try the head," Riley bellowed, drawing his own gun and opening fire. Finally, the thing's twitches had died down, and both men lowered their weapons. "Is it dead?" I breathed, staggering forward to grab onto Riley's arm. He took in a sharp breath. "I don't know," he said quietly. It might be faking it, Blake. Could you take its pulse or something? I am not sure if a thing like that's even supposed to have a pulse. I've got an idea, though, Riley said. Emily, here, pick it up. We'll take it back to the Uz. He tucked his gun away and fumbled for his phone. I heard him talk with someone else from the caravan, presumably Rick, as Riley and I cautiously approached the unmoving creature. I thought that I could hear him mention the words, "and I'll fire," and Bickett. But my main concern at the time was a different one. Riley and I contemplated how to carry the shapeshifter and agreed that we would each take 2 of its limbs. So, in case it would come back to life, we would have it under control. Bichu, we actually did that, though he gave me back my glasses. It was one of those rare occasions in which I was glad to reunite with them. It was also the first time that I got a proper look at the creature. Even today, I find it nearly indescribable, but I suppose it mostly resembled a fusion between a monkey and a very small human, but with a very crooked spine, long and spindly fingers, and remarkably small black chips for teeth, which protruded from its mouth. It didn't seem to have lips, as its gums were exposed and appeared to meld right into its face. It was partially covered in patches of short, wiry fur, and its skin was mangy and scabby. It was about the size of a dog, and standing up, its head would have most likely reached up to my thighs. As a whole, it wasn't an utterly repulsive sight, but much less frightening now that I'd had the opportunity to really examine it. Riley seemed to have the same thought as he grabbed it by both wrists and lifted it up by doing the same with its ankles. Now that I've seen it, it's not that scary anymore for some reason, he remarked. Maybe that's just because it's so still. And with that, we made our way back to the center of the plain in silence and dropped the creature on the ground a few feet away from the cars. How'd you know that it was me? By the way, I asked, gently poking the shapeshifter's side with the tip of my shoe. Riley laughed awkwardly. I took a pretty risky guess, but it was because you kept squinting at us. There were 2 Emilys, and only one could actually see us, and it absolutely wasn't you. I was astounded. Who knew when being nearsighted would one day indirectly save my skin? I had barely finished that thought when I felt 2 arms wrap themselves around me from behind. Oh, thank God you are okay, Carrie cried out, spinning me around and cupping my face with her hands. Rick told us everything over the phone. We came right away, nodding over at her husband, who was carrying a whole bunch of twigs and branches. She added, "If we found kindling too, it should burn nice. Blake wants to burn that thing? Yeah, it's a great idea if you ask me. I'll only rest assured it's dead once. Here is nothing left of it." And I wholeheartedly agreed. Carrie went to help Richard start the fire, and I walked over to Blake. "Hey, you okay?" I inquired. "Yeah, why wouldn't I be?" "Well, you went a little overboard with the shooting back there, and now the fire, not that tears, anything wrong with that. I was just thinking that you might be upset." Blake shrugged. For a few seconds he said nothing, and when he spoke again his voice sounded a bit choked up. "And I shouldn't have dragged my little girl into this. I figured it'd be best to leave him alone. I waited for the others to light the fire, and once they had done so, it wasn't long until the flames were burning up high. It was just large enough to throw on the shapeshifter, and Jordan got to do the honors. He grabbed the thing, and with a grossed-out look on his face, hurled it into the blazing heat. We watched it burn together, all of us standing around the fire and staring into it with a mix of disbelief and satisfaction on our faces. After a couple of hours, we had put it out, and when we did, there wasn't much left of the shapeshifter. "So that's him," Mia said to me. She had been standing by my side in silence, looking tired and relieved. "We're home for real now." And she was right. Our life in the mountains had been off to a rocky start, but once we all knew the creature that had inhabited them wasn't a threat anymore. It was like a huge weight had been lifted off of our shoulders. We set up our tents on a cheerful note and went to sleep knowing that we had arrived, and it was a wonderful feeling. It's been a year since all this took place, so a lot has changed since then. We don't sleep in tents anymore. Tahir is a house in the plain in the mountains now, a very big house, which belongs to all of us. It took around 8 months to build, with everyone helping, and Rick hiring workers to come up here for the more difficult parts of the job. It's not like we spent those 8 months entirely on our tents. Rick owns a hotel in Bozeman, so we would have rooms there too. Now that the house has been finished for a while, we're basically living door to door in adjacent rooms, which sounds annoying, but is actually pretty fun. But currently, the others are working on a sheep barn and stables for horses. Blake, Richard, Rick, Riley, Jordan, and Carrie do most of the work on the buildings here. And the rest of us have already taken on work in the aforementioned town. I cook at Rick's hotel these days, and it's a lovely place. Really fancy, and the pay is amazing, and my coworkers are great. They jokingly call us the Mountain Men, and it's become a running gag with us. Mia has been selling her paintings again. She mostly works with watercolors, and her stuff looks pretty great. I am not the only one who thinks that, seeing as she's getting into galleries all the time. She says that it isn't a big deal, but I think it is. Megan works in a boutique, and Rebecca keeps herself busy with the odd part-time job until Bridger Ridge will be ready to harbor sheep. That's what we called our home on the plain, by the way. Bridger Ridge, I don't know for sure, but I think it was Carrie who came up with it. She's always been good at naming things. I got a call from Nathan about a month ago. It came out of nowhere, and he asked if I would like to meet up for coffee. I politely declined because, for one, getting there and back would take me over a week, and also because I really didn't want to. I think it was only when I ended the call that I realized for how long I hadn't thought of him at all. Last year, I never thought that I would get over him, so that was pretty great. As for my glasses, I don't even know where they are right now. I wear contacts in the kitchen, but I take them out as soon as I get home. My room at Bridger Ridge is big and bright, with all the furniture pushed up against the wall. I don't have to worry about tripping over anything, and thanks to Rick, it's the same with the other open rooms in the house, so I don't have to see all that well to get around. I spend most of my spare time hanging out with Carrie and the others outside. We can't get enough of the mountain air. On some days it smells so sweet and fresh that it's almost heady, even after a year. And Jordan's still raving about how amazing it is up here. He's always been the one to show the most enthusiasm, but we all feel that way. A year ago, I would have never guessed that coming here would be such a good decision. It really was maybe even the best one I've ever made.